Okay, and we should be going live. Hopefully you can excuse me for being a bit late. I got caught up doing some work this morning. Needed to get a coffee. Coffee is very important, otherwise I'm going to be falling asleep. So let's see, where are we? We have Combito versus Terz. That should be happening right now as we speak. Zimbabwe. Okay, game number 1. We didn't even miss game number 1. It's on Zimbabwe. I'll grab the draft and whatnot after we get going here. But for now, we will just get going. And apologies for the 3-minute ad. Let's make an announcement that we are live. Are we live on YouTube? Yeah, we're live on YouTube. We're good there. Good. Alright, here we are. Look at this color scheme, green versus purple. Can we see this? Can we see green versus purple? That's the great thing about Stronghold Frenzy. I can show up late and we don't miss nothing. Just missed some elephant luring in the Dark Age, probably. YouTube stream up to live. There we go. Alright, so if anyone's in the chat, say hi, let me know that we're here. And we got up to Castle Bengali, Spanish. Combito is going for a boom. He's booming in the back. Terz is going for double monasteries, and he is making a missionaries. He is going the donk without the conch. Just donkey for him. Monks for picking up relics. And it's donkey time for Terz. Donkey time for Terz. Donkeys and mangonels. Alright, this is the type of gameplay we're here to see in Stronghold Frenzy. This is why we have Stronghold Frenzy. As Terz is booming on 2 TCs with the donkeys. Down by about 2k res collected. Down by a TC. His castle in the south is going to be dropped. Or his TC in the south is going to be dropped by Combito's castle. We're caught up to live time. And the light cav will be pillaging these villas down here. We'll have another castle over here to the north for Terz, starting to take some of the gold. Terz can extract these villas. He'll probably be okay to abandon this area. He's gotten most of the food from it. Now he's down by 25 villas though. However, he is imp and he's doing the monk technologies. Never really pushed into Combito's base. Not all the same, he's ready to keep going forward. Terz is grabbing some gold, grabbing that castle, do another mining camp maybe. And he's still hoovering around with the missionaries, looking for conversions here on some villas. TC on the outside for Combito, trying to grab gold, and that could be Terz's win condition potentially, if he stops Combito from grabbing any more gold. It's like all the gold in the south, has not been taken by Combito. Hasn't seen it yet, only 1600 gold there. Yeah, he has seen it at least. And he's moving out to the north. That's where things could get tricky. Missionaries do benefit from armor. And as the Spanish, Terz will get gold for researching those armor upgrades, so might as well spend the food on it. You can do bloodlines and husbandry and armor and inquisition and everything in the world for the missionaries. Get them up to 11 range. Get them nice and tanky with a lot of hit points. Never thought about this. Does the Byzantine healing bonus apply in a team game to missionaries? Yeah, I don't even know about that. How bald these guys are. Now there they go, conversions on the light cap. Conversions and force the light cap back. Donkeys Monaspa! Hello, hello, hello. Going to the luxurious Mona Spa. It'd be a great AW2 vacation meetup location, the Mona Spa. So, huge Vil difference, but Imp difference. Terz up to Imp, Combito still struggling in the Castle Age. We're struggling. That maybe that's not the right word for someone who has a 1.4k score lead, but he still is in the castle age. You see here, we'll get some shots over on that armored elephant. Bills need to go fight it. Bills here need to go back to work, maybe, as the elephant will start hitting the TC, but the Treb will take this outside TC down. And that is maybe, just maybe, the end of the gold for Combito. Does Combito need gold? He might be content just to spam light cav, though. He might not need any gold. He might be content to go light cav. I feel like Terz is going to need another castle if he wants to push, because the castle will be key for keeping the Trebs alive in the presence of all the light cav. Combito could maybe think about buying his way up, but with 40 on food, he's in a position to keep making light cav. And oh gosh, that is a lot of light cav. There's a lot of light cav, and I don't think Terz has enough missionaries here. He'll get a few conversions. Maybe if Terz had like 10 pikemen, that would be different. But that's not the case. All of his monks and missionaries go down. Got a few conversions, but he'll lose the Trebs. Lose the Trebs. He wants more conversions. Not enough. And I think the boom for Combito has been enough for him. More spears for Terz, but those are spears, not pikes, and we have Imperial Age on the way. Hello, Marintho. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to Stronghold Frenzy. Terz has gone donkeys. You might not know it by the fact he has none left, but the light cav mopped him up. And there is still a lot of light cav left, and still 50 farmers for Combito. He's in a position where he can pump and also make Rathas to complement them. Add that gold unit, the ranged unit, along with the melee cav.
Presto, sì?
And oh, out here. Combito's still on a bit of gold. Adding in an archery range, could even add skirms to the mix. Oh, here we are again. There are the 4 pikemen that I had wanted to see before that previous fight. But a bit too late for Terz. I think 10 pikemen might have made a difference earlier. Now it's a bit too late. And it's still a huge eco bonus for Combito. And, ooh, petards. Petards on the way. Missionaries could... Ooh, get a conversion on a petard. If I recall, one petard does not destroy another petard. You don't have the siege armor class, no. You can't stop petards with petards. Where are they going? The gate's right there. Now they're in. And oh, Terz has a lot of stuff over here that could die. A lot of stuff that could die. Missionaries want conversions. And hello, 11. Oh, we need a VMDL emote somewhere. I don't know if everyone knows what the VMDL is. The villager male Dave Lewis. The cheat unit. So a few conversions. Terz isn't giving up. He's continuing to poke with a pikeman. And he's down by 3k score. Missionary wants a conversion on a Ratha. There we go. PC taking out the Rathas. And Rapture, hello. A Dark Noobing a bit. Just a bit. Finally doing Bloodlines. Oh, if he had Bloodlines too on that fight. I mean, imagine that fight earlier if he had Bloodlines and pikemen there. Now he has halves. And now he's thinking, you know what? This guy is making only light cav. He only has food. He doesn't have gold access. He has 2 tiles of gold, and that's it. Maybe, just maybe, if Terz can hold the gold long enough, he might have a chance. Get the pikemen out. Of course, that this is not just a food-only army, but here we have faith. How often do we see faith? No heresy for the Bengalis, but they have not just devotion, but also faith. Do you have the unique techs? Less pop space for vills could be nice. So here come the skirms. Skirms will be a great complement to the light cav in terms of units that can kill missionaries. These things do have a ton of HP now at 65. Not quite an Aztec monk, but very tanky. And can also benefit from another armor upgrade should that come in. It's the cav armor, right? Not the cav archer armor? Yeah, +2, so that has to be the cav armor. No archer armor's done. Did he get husbandry? No, he didn't do husbandry either. Yeah, these missionaries are not in their final form, even with Inquisition. Still... Even herbal medicine, I guess they heal each other. Atonement, redemption not in. Oh, and what is this? That is a forward castle. Oh my gosh, what we need right here is a missionary to convert the petard, and then the petard one-shots the castle? Okay, no, that's not gonna happen. Oh, if only that happened. But no, forward castle for Combito. We're getting almost to ACCM territory in the score. Oh, wait. I see a monk on the petard. I see a conversion. I see that triangle on the head of the petard. There it is. Go for the castle. Go for the castle. Go. Go get it. I think there's too much HP on it. Well, it looks like Terz is stabilizing a bit. He's gotten some halves out. The petard will just stand there menacingly. Okay, this is going to be some more light cap production for Combito. Wants more stables. A lot of skirms out to deal with the halves. He's moving over to more gold. Terz not able to force him away. Terz will make one conquistador. And that'll be a forward castle atop the hill for Combito to secure more stone and more gold. That'll be a great spot for him. Blast furnace on the way, gold shaft mining on the way. And hello, the Ween Dinchester. How are you doing? And he did get to skirms. He did get to skirms against the missionaries. Let's see, Terz will re-wall himself. That castle foundation will stay there with the petard right next to it. Use the petard you converted. Oh man. Terz clowning a bit too hard. I just need the same matchup again. He played differently though. Relics and missionaries. Okay, so Terz attempting to deny the castle. We'll get conversions on the vills as well as he can. They're doing their spinning, get away from the castle dance. The castle at 96%? 96%? And denied? Okay, well Terz stopped the castle drop in his base, denied the castle up here. He's gotten over 100 villagers. Down by 20k resources collected. Oh no, here come more vills though. The light cav, at least have faith. So do all the vills. Those are more conversions. Night comes over. This castle will go up though. That castle goes up and now the missionaries are at the mercy of those castle arrows. Has he tried an ungodly number of skirms versus the Bengalis? I don't think he has. I think he's just tried missionaries. And he is falling victim to this pretty purple skirmisher army here, 46 skirmishers, javelining their way inside, destroying that workshop, helping the trib. What a grind on Zimbabwe. His Cavalier, Terz somehow can afford Cavalier. And we're gonna have, there you are, Mahayana. Mahayana in for Combito. Now Combito also getting some raids down here. Terz never bothered to wall his woodline in. Like the way Combito did the walls. It has maybe a hole after some overchops, but bought himself some good time earlier when the missionaries couldn't get in. Tradition against the castle on the hill. Remember when Terz had 100? Oh yeah, remember when I pointed out he had 100 vills? Now down to 65. And dropping. Starve your opponent out of every minimal. Now that's what Terz is trying to do, but unsuccessfully. We are now beyond the ACCM score. Terz is trying to go Cavaliers. We will have Elite Elephant Archer on the way for Combito. Remember, those Bengali elephants will have some resistance against the conversion. So that's more resistant to conversion, along with Faith already being in. I imagine that's useful against missionaries. Maybe not, though. Maybe you still just want to go skirms. 63, and there on food. And there's the GG from Terz, finally calling it. Combito will win and go up 1-0 in this decider match. That's 180 kills, 100 losses. And around 30k more res collected almost. 9-minute difference to imp time. Terz couldn't really exploit it, though. It was doing some trebbing, but not enough. Immature GG, maybe called it too early. How's the green versus purple? Can we all see that? Can we all see that? Hello, Bob. Let me find their draft. I can bring up their draft. Hold on. Where are we at? Terz versus Combito. We also have Dobbs versus John Slow. Alright, let me swap this over. And we will have maps. And there we go. I've had a shot. Hello, Chicho. How you doing? So many notifications about Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. I already have those games. I've had those games since the aughts, Twitch. I don't need you. I literally have CDs with them on them. I don't need advertisements about some Prime stuff. And then I think later tonight I will cast Hera versus Leary. I think that'll be a good cast later. And hello Jarrett and hello Bart over on YouTube. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. These guys can't beat Hera? Probably not. Will Terz make UP happy and pick Treasure Beach, or will it make Rapture happy and pick Toad IG? Ooh. I've liked both of those maps so far. Dashboard, where we at? Terz, looks like Toad IG is what we have selected in the lobby. Watching the spec dashboards are already. Now, who knows? Maybe they're just debating you. They might swap it back and forth in the lobby a couple of times. You never know. Yeah. I really need to get a haircut. I've been so much casting, I haven't had time to run out and get a haircut. After stalking with the dashboard. Hey, that's what the dashboard does for us. That's what the dashboard does for us. What's going on in Age of Empires land? Is everyone just doing reruns? This rerun nonsense we have. Jon Snow and Baskets are actually doing streams. I think Ornlu's doing an actual cast live. Okay, not time to go to the coffee yet. Gotta wait a bit. These players playing with the Spectral, or are they just waiting in the lobby? So 1-0 Combito. Terz now has to do a comeback. Ornlu's doing a real cast of Rex. That's what we're gonna do later. Struggling against an 1800 on enclosed. Okay, at least he got a map that has land on it. None of these silly water maps. Also some Titans League going on today. So we have what? In 15 minutes, Dobbs versus Jon Snow is supposed to start. So if there's overlap, maybe I cast that as Rex. There's also a ton of Titans League going on today. Next few hours. Don't know how competitive it is because it's the round of 124. But, Gali versus GGOut looks like it should be a good one. Oh, there's also Gert by Sea still going on, as we talked about. Still in the third series of the day. It's gotta be getting late for Jon Slow, right? His time zone. Let's see, well, what's going on in this lobby? Are we launching? Oh, Terz is still in the lobby by himself. alternating between East US and UK West on the servers. It's like 21:45. What's 21:45 in 12-hour AM PM time? Is that like 9:45 PM? Oh, that's pretty late. I'm gonna play Age of Empires and go to work in the morning. Age of Empires can take a long time to play. You never know. I mean, one game could last until 1 AM. Then he's got to play potentially 4 more games. It's 20:45. It's still late. It's 8:45 PM. Does anywhere else in the world use 12-hour AM PM time like we do? I guess it's just kind of the default because that's what we have on our watches. I'd imagine that's how most watches or analog clocks work. 12-hour AM PM. Normal countries use 24 hours. And now it's 8:45 PM in freedom units. Y'all don't like your modular arithmetic mod 12? I like your 12-hour AM PM. 7:45 in Chocolate Land. And Cheese Land. AM or PM? So if you're using 24-hour time, that's really early. PM. Yeah, they launched. And okay, we have a spec delay. And okay, Toad IG, guess the Civ, chat. Guess the Civ. Guess the Civ. This is gonna be a good Civ. Are you ready? I don't think you're gonna be ready for this Civ, chat. I don't know if you're gonna be ready for the majesty that is this Civ matchup we have in front of us. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Capture age. And behold, it is a way mirror. So Combito, now he's playing in the blue, swapped the color from the previous game, no longer purple. He'll be the blue way to the north, Terz will be the green way to the south. No way, yes way. It is a way mirror. It is a two-way street. Fast amp traction trebs or what? I guess so. What's their traction treb bonus? They're cheaper? What's their monks? Their monks are awful. No redemption, no atonement, no heresy, no herbal. I guess they have the non-atonement redemption X. And you don't need redemption for... Do you need redemption for traction trebs? I guess so. Oh, an Atomic, thank you very much for the sub. They changed it so you do. Okay, that was a change that you didn't initially, but now you do. Okay, okay. Traction trebs hard counter monks anyway. What are we talking about? So this is oh, look at that gate there. It's a weird gate. This Rapture had attempted to make it so that there's no tower hopping here. So if there's no tower hopping, I think he did that and accomplished it. Looks like it. Can you still convert from... Yeah, you can convert from distance. The thing is, they outrange the monks. It's 14 to 12. And their attack dispersion is so small that missed shots still hit the monks. And monks are hard countered by traction tribs. You could convert that? That sounds horrible. This is still an old version. We'll upload the new version with no hopping on Monday because it's more than a visual change. Well, yeah, I guess it would be how the walls spawn. Okay, okay. I feel like there's definitely something we could do to give more love to this map and not have such ugly rock terrain everywhere. I just don't know what that is. Maybe like some Gaia buildings or temples that would block the TC location. I don't know. Maybe like a bit of water or a pond, like a reflection pool. I don't know. This is just here so that we don't have Dark Age douches. That basically you get the TC here and your opponent cannot actually get to their wonder and stop you from doing whatever you want to do. Yeah, this is kind of a Or Rapture threw something together because people were douching. I bet we could do something a bit more creative with this. Panda rocks! Oh my gosh, panda rock. Like a panda rock on each side of the road? That'd be beautiful. Are there pandas in Japan? I don't think so. I don't think so. Unfortunately, now that you mentioned it, this is a Japanese-themed map. Pandas would be in China, not in Japan. In zoos, Atomic. In zoos. Well, what are we gonna have? Some fenced-in panda rocks? Ween Dinchester, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Let's see, does that show up in OBS? I should get an alert for that. I have an alert. There we go. China, the only country with wild living pandas? Yes, and it should be in a very, very, like, sparse, or very, like, small territory for them. Right? There aren't that many pandas alive. The Japanese themed maps could use that new Asian pine tree, and I say could because it saddens me that the graphic is so much more low resolution than the other new graphics they have. Like, these trees are great. Look how colorful and fun and vibrant they are. Like, it's the autumn here and it's getting cold and I don't like it, but these trees are making me happy for some reason. Plus Serbia, that's true. Doubt is in Serbia. And feudal age on the way for Terz. He's got up on 21 population, 20 vills. Could this be a tower rush? He needs to micromanage the vills a bit better. There are 3 vills under that TC who can't get to the cows. And he's gonna long distance kill a cow. Terz! No! Oh no, the vill miss micro. Oh, that is painful. That's very painful. Vill's still chopping trees. These trees are mostly the reason you made them out. They're very pretty trees. I like these. I also like the willow trees. I have mixed opinions about the lush bamboo forest, but I think it looks much better if you make it small than if it's big. I don't like it when it's big. If it's a small tree, it works. Also the peach blossoms, I like those. And especially the flowery grass terrain, that's great. Is this a Defend the Wonder game mode? Yes, Pokering Ground, it is indeed a Defend the Wonder game mode. If your wonder is destroyed, you lose. Does this say actually Defend the Wonder if you click it in-game? Let me just double check. No, it just says Wonder. Was that a thing we were gonna do? Change it so it says Defend the Wonder? Like in Hyper Random. So there's Terz up to feudal. And maybe he just wants to go feudal quickly to get more vills from the eco tax. And there you go, double bit axe, horse collar. Where's the fast mining camp for gold and stone mining? Going with the update Monday. All right. Did you know pain is translate Schmerz in German? That's why John Slow is calling him always Schmerz. Did have an idea about that. So, but both players, okay, using the road terrain to do a nice wall from the Wonder to their walls. I like this. Using the non-rock terrain. That's cute. I like it. I like it. So over here we have a fox, a red fox. Poor fox. Taken by the villagers. I feel like if we're going to make foxes a thing, we should need hounds to hunt them. And maybe the Britons could get a bonus for it. If players don't do that preparation and get surprised by that, they deserve to lose. If you destroy the Wonder with the amazing handbook / map description. Yeah, there's still more room, I think, for doing some UI changes to the handbook, making it a bit prettier. But I'm happy with the progress I made since cartographers for this one. Do Goths get a bonus from foxes? Do they last longer? I don't actually know. That's a good question. Do the Maya get a bonus? They're the ones I would think who would have it last longer, because everything lasts longer for them. The Goths, I don't know. That's a question. The Goths, I guess you could also ask that for the wolves, if we put food on the wolves. I would think not for the Goths, but maybe for the Maya, because it's just villagers and not hunters. Mongols hunt them fast? They hunt the foxes fast? Do they? What is the type of villager who takes from the fox? Oh, I can check this if I check in-game fast enough. Oh, it's just a villager. Hold on, let me swap to the game. This capture image doesn't show the actual type of villager. Here it is a villager. Like here we have the fisherman. This villager is just a villager. No special task. So I would not think a hunter bonus applies to him, but then again, he has the bow on his back, which makes him look like a hunter. I actually don't know. I think he's just a villager, though. I think he's just a villager, and it probably doesn't. We need a deep analysis video on foxes. I held off on doing one because originally they were pushable, and I knew that they were going to change that, so they're no longer pushable. But maybe now that they're updated, I should make one. Hello, Miss Luna Rain. How you doing? Alright, so we'll have another TC over here, maybe? Wall deleted. A wolf iron boar, it's the fastest gathering food in the game. Oh, does the iron boar get taken by villagers instead of hunters? I guess the fox is the same thing as the wolf then, that it's the villager who takes it. Yeah, so gathered quickly and not affected by Mongol hunt. And then probably not affected by Goth hunt, but I guess yes, affected by the Maya bonus. I even have a video about the wolves being the fastest food. A really old video, but I didn't ask about the Maya bonus. There we go. I tried to click that deer and I couldn't. So, Combito ist zur Richardzeit angeschritten, as we've been learning our German Egypt messages. And we'll have an extra 2 TCs here for Combito in the back. One can be on the stone next to the shorefish. Another in the back. We'll see if Terz has other ideas and goes offensive. Looks like he's doing a range. There are 3 relics right smack dab in the middle of the map that you can reward yourself with if you do go aggressive. And another 4th one by your own wonder. So each player gets 1 by their wonder. If this one manages to get stolen, then you probably have a lot more problems than the relic heist. So Fox with 35 gold would then have 45 gold, not a huge difference. It does matter if you're trying to use foxes for some type of quick build. Like on Arena back when they were pushable, players would push them. And if you pushed 3 foxes and you took them with 1 vil each, that'd be 31 gold each. So you'd get 93 gold and it wouldn't be enough to go up to the castle age without mining anything. But if you took them with 3 vils at a time, you got 34 gold each and it would be enough. So maybe there's some weird build where the slight difference in gold, it crosses a threshold where you could or couldn't do something with it. Like a more offensive approach, have to remember it's not Conquest. It is not Conquest, indeed. It is Defend the Wonder. I've always had some idea that maybe we could have some type of map where you have to like send trade carts out to different control points to get resources, and then your enemy tries to raid the trade. Don't know what that would look like though, but I think there's a lot of fun opportunities for different game modes. So Combito booming. He's booming up. This will be walled. Do traction trebs range the wonder from outside? They have 14 range. I don't know if they do. Let's just eyeball it. So what is this? This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 trees. I think they might just range it if they're right up adjacent to the wood line. Because trebs do. Normal trebs do. I'm going to say yes. And no siege engineers. They won't get extra range. I'm going to say yes, but just barely. Capture the flag. Capture the flag is kind of like with trade workshops where you get resources for holding them. If that was, I guess, in AoE 1, right? In AoE 1, you had the victory countdown if you held all the ruins. I think relics and wonders are a bit more fun because you get to kind of choose where they are, and you can pull them around the map and not have to be forced to go out in one spot. You can make them come to you. Triggers would be a lot of faff. And if we do custom scenarios, there's a lot of stuff we could do with special game modes. Okay, double workshop for Terz, and he's up to Imp, so it's going to be Traction Trebs. So huge villager lead for Combito. I don't think it'll matter, though, if he can't defend his wonder. And if Terz can range this from outside, there's 0 military for Combito, and there is no way he stops the Trebs. He has a 30 villager lead. He could literally YOLO all his vills to the Trebs, and I think that the Shinbei Raiders would stop them. Yeah, in AoE1, there were also the movable artifacts, but there were also the stationary ruins. Both of them separately had their own countdown timer you'd get if you controlled all of them. The artifacts, though, were mostly used as scouts, kind of like sheep. And, okay, maybe were this castle here, things would be different, but it's not. And there's Terz up to the Imperial Age. And double attraction Trebs. At least the Wonder defends the castle. And GGOut knows what really matters here. Stable for Combito. And here come the traction Trebs. Does Combito know what's going on? He needs to spam military now. Can traction Trebs destroy trees? That would make the point of whether or not they range the Wonder Mute. I don't know. Can they destroy trees? That's a good question. Anyone in the chat know? Winged Inchester saying yes. So, okay, yeah, even if he couldn't range it, he could destroy a couple trees and go for it. And yes, he can range it. There go the vills to repair. Alright, now traction Trebs... The one thing they're not great at is destroying buildings. You need a lot of them. I think Terz should have no problem getting a lot of them with the discount that they have. Again, they are 25% cheaper. And Bill's repairing the Wonder. And I stonewall them in. Wouldn't be that big of a wall. It's there. Maybe by the workshop in the back. So Combito's mining stone. Combito doesn't seem to care about this. He's going Tiger Cav. He's going to loop around this way. Is Terz going to have the horrible mistake of not having the Trebs walled in? There's one vill here and he's not ready to do the walling. Here comes the Tiger Cav. Combito repairing. Maybe Combito prepared for this, knowing that traction Trebs suck versus buildings, as good as they are versus everything else. And he's ready to swoop in with Tiger Cav. They do have 6 Pierce Armor. So let's see what they can do here. There's the answer to yes, they can cut trees. Oh my gosh, is Terz going to lose all his traction Trebs? He might lose the forward vill as another Tiger Cav comes in. And he's going to lose all the traction Trebs. Okay. Here we are thinking silly Combito might have not known the victory condition, gotten a free loss, but no. Terz not walling the Trebs. Lets them all be destroyed. And now, Terz is down by 50 villagers. He's on the back foot. And what looked like he was almost on his way to victory has completely turned around by the exposed Trebs and the Tiger Cav raid. The Tiger Cav could do the work. The Tiger Cav did do the work. Oh, now they're inside. Now they're inside raiding. Not gonna let those Shinbei Raiders have any peace and quiet. And chase them out? Do you have to get a surround on them? Conversion comes in. Tiger Cav versus Tiger Cav. Before this made a perfect nook to wall them in. I know, he had the perfect nook to wall them in. So Combito, he seemed like he had not a care in the world. Repaired the Wonder, that Wonder back to 5,800 HP. You'd never know there was a scratch. Not just to throw a full-on yeet. So that's like maybe the lesson. Traction trebs are great, but not against buildings. They're great against everything else. They're great against units. Now, Terz maybe still a chance with map control, but he'd need to make sure he has enough army to defend the trebs. There's a couple of monks coming forward. This might be a doubt castle for Combito. If he doesn't get this castle up, that is still leaving the front of his base dangerously exposed. He will delete it. Maybe put it on the inside where it's a bit safer. And if Terz had only walled in the trebs, maybe Combito could have still made a swap to another unit type. But would have been much harder to pick them off. Mangonels kind of themselves get countered by the traction trebs. And here's Terz once again besieging the Wonder. Once again, as these Tiger Cav maybe struggling against the Shinbei Raiders. Combito sending some villagers over to raise the castle. Needs his village. Terz needs maybe bloodlines. Terz is not a bloodlines yet. So Wonder being attacked. Right now, Combito not caring to repair. Trying to amass more Tiger Cav. Might need to go repair soon. Lots of resources to do so. There's Theocracy for Terz as he continues trying for more monks. Now, just like the previous game, he's going to be down in Eco, Imperial Age versus Castle Age, and going monks. The difference this time, though, is now he's walling. And we have some repairs coming in now for Combito, sending more vills to repair. And now Terz has the walls up. Now he is walled. And now all of that melee cav will not be able to reach the trebs. They keep walling down here unless they go now and get around the back. There's only one villager here for Terz. Maybe one villager isn't all that scary. 3 monks are pretty scary. That's still open. Okay, it doesn't take much to repair this Wonder against 2 traction trebs. 4 trebs on the way, though. Terz trying to get a bigger massive Shinbei Raiders. Sending more vills. Sending the vills to their deaths, though. Tiger Cav trying to take a fight. Might need to go for the monks. Ooh, that tree providing a perfect wall by that gold mine. More traction trebs, but they're not walled in. And if the Shinbei Raiders are running back here, that's going to mean there's nothing to stop these Tiger Cav from destroying 4 more traction trebs. This Wonder nowhere near going down. Lots of hit points left. Remind me, do Masonry and Architecture affect the Wonder? Let's see. You can do Masonry if you want. As the way. There'll be traction trebs going down. And Terz's next attempt at destroying the Wonder will not succeed. Masonry and Architecture do affect it? Okay. Nice. Yeah, so Terz had a second attempt, but still did not get the trebs fully walled, only had them partially walled. Maybe he was trying to send vills for walls, but didn't get them there in time. And now the area in front of Combito's base is secured by his army. Maybe he'll go back and try for another castle there. He'd have to spend a lot of stone repairing the Wonder, but he does manage to click himself up to the Imperial Age. He is up. Starting to wall, but not fully committing. Hurts. Yep, rip that vill. Rip that hero vill who needed all the walls. And then Combito will get his own castle over up here to the west. A castle and maybe some trebs to go forward for the Wonder. Enough husbandry on the way for Terz. Starting to snipe with the Tiger Cav. So 71 pop to 166 pop, as Marito was pointing out. Not the best situation for Terz now. Now it's only 3k score, at least it's not ACCM territory, but we're maybe getting close to that. More walling from Terz. And Shinbei Raiders, they will get more hit points, not more offensive capabilities. Let's see. That's just because of Imp, so they got Bracer. There's no elite upgrade for them, no elite upgrade, just that bonus when they hit Imp. And then the Imp text. Does he have chemistry? He does have chemistry, okay. Still no bloodlines for them, but I guess that doesn't matter at this point. Needs DPS. And once more, here is the traction trib. There it goes. Ooh, nice shots on the Vils there. So 132 Vils to 45. Combito could send 45 Vils to repair the Wonder and still have more Vils working than Terz. So there's the castle for Combito. Needs to recognize he doesn't have trebs, but can do his own traction trebs now. And he is indeed doing masonry. I'll put a bit more HP on that Wonder there. And yep, up to 6,380. Also makes makes it a bit cheaper to repair. Doesn't make it repair faster, but the cost per HP is decreased now. No Wonder countdown. The Wonder has to survive. If you lose the Wonder, it's destroyed. It's defend the Wonder. You lose the Wonder, you're defeated. There is Elite Tiger Cav on the way. These guys... Where are they? Oh, they're over here. Yeah, they completely changed colors. They're no longer orange. I don't get that. Why did they change color? Orange made me think of a tiger. Now it's just like armored cav guy. They need more tiger to them. They need to be able to go rawr as a tiger. Need to use petards. Now there's finally getting the traction trebs out. More traction trebs coming forward. Oh, he did manage to snipe off some trebs. But now Terz. Is Terz finally going to be walled fully against the melee cav and able to come forward with the traction treb? I guess the traction treb could even just cut a path in at this point. Terz has to be careful he doesn't overchop. Has some Vils in the south. Chemistry on the way for Combito. And chemistry now, or no, chemistry. Combito now is besieging the Wonder. And we'll soon have chemistry for an extra 1 attack. Oh boy. Wonder needs repairs. Terz trying to keep it up. This Wonder under siege too. But only 1 traction treb. Combito slowly but surely adding more. And these will be Shenbei Raiders not as adept at picking off trebuchets as a melee cav unit would be. And this Wonder getting trebbed down. Getting trebbed down. There it goes. Lots of repairs. It takes a while to destroy these things with traction trebs. But defensive traction treb for Combito. Defensive treb there. He is going for hussars. And I think, chat, that Combito has done it. I think he's done it. Honestly, those traction trebs were not nearly as threatening as any of us thought they were going to be. Even with the somewhat partial walling. Maybe he would have held anyway. And this Wonder just about to go down. Combito's getting the bright idea of, oh, I'll destroy the gate. Maybe, just maybe, he should cut through the wood instead. Just trying to figure out how to finish it off. Basically, regicide with the king as a fat building. That is a way to describe it. It's like Genghis Khan 2, where you had to protect the Genghis Khan. You remember that? That's the Kushluk scenario. One where you have to kill Kushluk. And it's unavoidable to kill in that scenario. Ooh, look at those splashes there. It's a lot of traction trebs now. I can double click them. That's 9 of them. 9. That's a nice number. So Treb's still going for the Wonder. Terz is going to call the GG. Terz? Is he calling the GG before the Wonder goes down? Did he just delete it? Alright. So, what's that? 2-0 for Combito. Terz falling behind. Gonna need to pull off a reverse sweep now. Score was so close, didn't want his KD to get too wrecked. G. Hello, potato. Res collected about twice as much there for Combito. 15-minute difference in imp time. So Terz trying to play the objective, but not playing it well enough. And that's Combito up 2-0. And you know what? I'm realizing my camera is like slightly off. It's not like pointing at me. Swap this over slightly. That's better. It's more towards me. Yeah, now it feels like I'm actually looking at it. Yeah. There we go. Now I feel a little bit more centered. Okay, did I check the maps off? I didn't. What IG? Now Treasure Beach's Hamsters is Hamsters. He named himself Hamsters. Is Terz's remaining home map. And also, let me give a shout out to John Slow, who is right now playing his set against Dobbs. So if you want to see that, yeah, John Slow versus Dobbs is going on right now. So I'll shout out John Slow if you want to see his point of view. I'll probably cast that as Rex after this. Did you know that there are AoE 1 artifacts under AoE 2 monasteries? I did, Red Cliffy. Originally, those were going to be AoE 2 relics buried under the monastery in the construction graphics. But then in the beta, we all complained about that because it was super confusing that it looked like there was an extra relic on the map. So they changed them to AoE 1 artifacts. That's, you can credit me for complaining about that and how confusing it was and how everyone kept asking me, like, why is there a relic there in the beta? One of the many reports I had during the beta. Well, that one actually did get addressed. I know it wasn't just me, there was a lot of people who complained about that. I need to do my my graphics update video. We are. I want to like look at all the little details in various graphics. So, game number 3, Terz needing a reverse sweep. And the map shall be Treasure Beach. Will have Combito as the blue Japanese against Terz as the green Japanese. Again, a mirror matchup. Terz to the north, Combito to the south. And we'll have the Treasure Beach in each of the corners. Crocodiles down there, ready to munch on some vills who unsuspectingly go for docks. Same thing in the north. Lots of crocodiles up there. Lots of turkeys to be gathered. We'll have our boar, ostrich, deer pens to the sides with some ibex and deer next to them. Fence here fences them all in. The deer, as always, fenced in with their worst nightmares. What horror-inducing torture this is. That they flee from boars just as they do other units. And they're constantly being scared by their fellow inmates. Deer trying to stage a great escape. They can't do it. They're stuck there, scared of the boars. Scared of the dominant beast in the pen. You'll have Terz going over to collect his fence. It's a Gaia fence, you grab it. And he's going to delete all the fence and try to lure in the boar. You try to get 4 boars all at once, it looks like. 1, 2, nice blocking. Nice blocking, still 3. And 4, there he goes. There he goes, the boar lure. Deer might block the Vil pathing there. Oh, nope, they move. Everything good so far. Oh, the boar is going on a crazy path. That's okay. He needs to, like, stop the Vil and block the boars with the scout to get him to group up more. But as long as one boar sees the Vil, the rest should keep chasing, unless, of course, DE somehow changed that. That's how it had always worked. Or keep chasing as long as they share the vision. And Terz will delete a wall and get ready to bring the boars in. Ooh, what is that pathing? Nilly, almost messed up the boar lord. Nilly, ooh, just at the edge of the line of sight there. Oh, I think the bridge just saved the villager from Terz. The bridge line of sight mattered there. Now, that would have been too far from the boar, but the bridge saved it. Yeah, the bridge has Gaia line of sight. And okay, the boars will be walled in now. The boars will be walled in. Yeah, remember the oh, wait, was that not the bridge? Wait, oh, no, wait, there we go. Yeah, the bridge. The bridge has Gaia line of sight. So if you're near the bridge, the boar will keep chasing you just all the same as another boar. Same thing for the relics. Relics used to have a huge line of sight, but when the Burmese were added, they were cut down to 1 tile line of sight as part of how the Burmese get their relic revealed bonus. Welcome to the new zoo. Yeah, they went from this cage over to this cage. They transferred zoos. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. How are you doing? So we'll see if Terz, he has all the boars in. See, only 2 boars taken, it looks like, from Combito. Actually, my favorite strategy, though, was when someone milled this, and they destroyed only 1 tile of fence and re-walled it. So then all the animals were still trapped here and not wandering around. Yeah, only now the boars have to be scared instead of the deer, you're right. Oh my god, I'd be scared if turkeys were doing this. Hello, turkeys. Oh, 1 of you 3. There we are. Gobble, gobble. We got Thanksgiving coming up in a month in the US. Gonna have lots of turkey. That's our barracks on the way up for Combito. I have a mining camp now also for Combito. And some houses coming up. And hello, Jimmy. Hello, Teutonic Night Dance. So we have the mill on the shorefish for Combito, and I don't see an outside dock from him. It's just going to be a mill into some militia. For Terz, no outside dock and mill here. So, curiously enough, both players picking the Japanese, but neither going for the fishing ships. Both of them going simply for the discounted mill, and into a barracks for militia. We'll see if Terz, who's up slightly faster, can get to men-at-arms and try to teach Combito a lesson. Having Thanksgiving in October is far superior. It must be warmer. At least we have Halloween. It's not like our Octobers are useless. What we really need is to add in Oktoberfest in September too, and then we'd really be having the holiday season. I guess it's the time, like November, December, to kind of start picking up on the streaming content. September is usually the down month as everyone's finishing their summer and going back to school. Now everyone's got to be sick of school soon and needing the distraction. Militia hitting the palisade gate. We'll have a farm going up for Combito. Starting to farm. Not fish trapping though. You like Friendsgiving in October and Thanksgiving in November? Do you want to have a Friendsgiving atomic? I think it's cold enough. October is basically November. That's what I remember. Sounds amazing. Ornlu told me that his friends, and he once had a Friendsgiving, and his friends got him the Lego Chrome Crusher. Or no, he got the Lego Chrome Crusher for one of his friends. It's not something like that. There was a Lego Chrome Crusher involved in a Friendsgiving. I gotta say, that sounds awesome. I need to finish my Manic Miners playthrough. It's been a long time since I've done that. But that's such a fun adventure to play through. So we'll have a scout attacking the walls up here. Bill's on the wood line. Just gift presents and not actually friends. I guess friends gift each other presents? I don't know. We need to figure out how it works. You have a Springsgiving. Oh my gosh. Springsgiving would just be a Huns War in AoE2 style. So the men-at-arms breaking through that palisade. That is a group of 5 men-at-arms for Combito. 5 men-at-arms going through the houses. That house needs to be built and then repaired quickly from Terz. Terz needs to repair. There's not enough vills to repair. And oh no, Combito is in on Terz's woodline. The men-at-arms slacking. They're standing still, but they still get there. That archer opening the gate, another archer on the way forward. Here's his villas, don't know where to go. Am I gonna let the men-at-arms in? Maybe try to trap them? Maybe two of them are trapped. Okay, Terz managing to wall up. All in all, this could have been much worse. Only one Vil kill for Combito. The Vil, oh, Terz, where you going though? Don't send the weak Vils out. No, not the weak Vils. Not the weak Vils. They were safe, Terz. They were safe. I was saying how you hadn't lost Vils. I jinxed you. Now you're down by three kills. What is the theme of the tournament? Walled maps. Yes, indeed. Walled maps. Stronghold Frenzy. Walled map extravaganza. Scout goes down. TC is going to take out some of the men-at-arms. Alright. Down they go. Down they go. Over here, men-at-arms, an archer, and a scout breaking in. Ooh, TC takes out the scout. And the house goes down. So, okay, Terz actually is up by a villager somehow. That's because he's fishing, and he has 4 fishing ships. Okay, do Japanese fishing ships collect from oysters faster? That I don't actually know. Do they collect? What? Do they? I don't know what their rate should normally be. I hope so. Well, for Terz, I'd better hope so right now. He is breaking through. He has some archers in. He has some men-at-arms in. He broke through that palisade himself. And coming forward with archers. No skirms for Combito. Full-on archers. Same thing for Terz. Is this just a meta for men-at-arms these days? You have to go archers with them against another men-at-arms archers player? And that skirms don't do well enough against the men-at-arms? That you die if you don't do the same mirrored men-at-arms archers. I don't know, I think skirms would be good here. If you get enough skirms, you kill the men-at-arms, kill the archers. Fletching on the way for Combito, that won't be in yet for Terz. Castle Age will be though, Castle Age on the way. Archers coming over, men-at-arms coming around. Archers all going down. There we go. Japanese bonus just reads that they work faster, doesn't say they fish faster, so you'd think it would apply. Okay. Someone could open up the advanced genie editor and check for us. So both players up to the castle age. Terz up just a bit faster. He is fletching on the way now. And all things considered, 14 to 9 KD. And with the fishing ships, does have an eco lead, even though he is in pure villager numbers down by 4. Men-at-arms going for the archery range. Range will go down. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Range goes down. Well, we see longswords now. Bodkin for Terz. Crossbow sounds tempting once he gets a bit more food. Once he markets his way to buy some food. He's going for a forward workshop with 2 ranges, and looks like it'll be ranges. Are we not going to do long swords then? No, we're going to be boring. Going to be extra boring. Elite skirm on the way for Combito. And crossbow here, crossbow in for Terz. There he goes, crossbow versus elite skirm. And a Mangonel now comes out for Terz, but Terz will have the hill. Maybe go for the sea tower first. Now Terz not going out for his hunt right now. We've seen sometimes players will TC that on this map. That'll be one less spot he has to defend though if he's not out there. The water slide. You could build a water slide on top of it. Gotta get the mangrove out of the way. Could make an amusement park out of this. Defensive Mangonel here for Terz. River rafting. So skirms is the awkward thing. The Mangonel has a minimum range, but then so do the skirms. But a lower minimum range than the Mangonel. So if they stand in the right spot, they can hit the Mangonel and not be retaliated against. Terz deleting building is trying to get the Mangonel in a spot where he can save his vills. There he goes. He's gonna let the skirms in through the gate though. Run under the TC. Well, they have pierce armor and they won't care too much about TC fire. They'll try to get out. Terz won't Mangonel them in time. They'll escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, a couple of Mangonels are working on the blacksmith. Terz opening up a good score lead for himself. Rest collected still neck and neck, as are the eco unit counts. Men-at-Arms, as I said, hunt out here, recognizing that that might be a good spot for Combito to gather food from, and the Men-at-Arms will take out that villager. This is a map where you can give ships a hill bonus. Well, wherever there's a hill, ships get a bonus. That's not anything, they act just like any other unit. Even if there's like water they're on and then downhill land, or they're on water and land is uphill, they'll have the same hill bonus or hill penalty that all units have. It's usually terrains with water on them avoid slopes. Not here though. Okay, Mangonel's coming forward. 3 versus 4, and Terz has the hill. Take out a house. For a shot. Ooh, almost gets a Mangonel, but has 5 HP left. On the other side, there's a trade that doesn't go in favor of Combito. Oh, gets a nice shot there. All in all, he needs to repair, but decent micro so far to begin this engagement. We can get some repairs now. We were in water today. On our beach in water, not a single hill. True, IRL water and AoE2 water might be just a bit different. Just a bit. Bill repairing the Mangonel. Now Terz has to be real careful with his Mangonel micro. Cav archers now attempted from Combito. Skirms are there. If Terz can get shots, and almost has, and gets the Vil left with the Mangonel. He has a Mangonel from behind, a Mangonel in the front, 3 Mangonels for Terz. Trying to hit the skirms. The Mangonels trade at the front. And crossbows going for these skirms. Skirms getting hit going down though. Mangonel gets a hit, more skirms go down. Skirms going down. Now this drastically changes the game, but I want them to implement a change where climbing uphill slows down the unit. That was in AoE 1. That was the thing in AoE 1. You got a speed boost if you were going downhill and a speed penalty if you're going uphill. That was an AoE 1 thing. You get super speedy units if you ran downhill. You go to like warp 9. Grab one of the horse archers and go downhill. Oh, you'd be flying. You'd be absolutely flying. You make the traveler jealous with that speed. It was probably broken. I think it was part of like unit micro, how you would fight. You'd try to use the speed bonus where you could. Not entirely sure though. I never really got too into competitive AoE 1, but that's one of the things I definitely remember, even from childhood, noting. I was actually surprised in AoE 2 when I learned that wasn't a thing. I've been playing AoE 2 for quite some time before I realized, actually dawned on me that it wasn't a thing anymore. Yes, don't go to warp 10, then you'll turn into a lizard. In moving water? We need the user patch water back. We could have moving water. How does that Minganel missing it? So Combito somehow holding on, but he is down in economy units. Vil counts are even, but 7 fishing ships for Terz. Still gathering from the oysters, and does have the opportunity to add in fish traps should he want to. Monk out to deal with the knight, and still a great outpost there for Terz, giving him lots of vision over this Minganel fight. If I were Terz, I'd love to finish off that palisade wall, just to give yourself a bit more room to micro. Riding a tall siege tower down a hill would be terrifying. Well, I will agree with you there. Definitely I'll agree with you there. House coming up here for Terz. Let's look around a bit, see how things are going. Alright. So I think my plan, even if I have to do it as Rex, will be to cast John Slow Dobbs after this, and then move over to some TTL. Houses built on marshland have lower HP. Nope, nope, nope. Only cracked terrain affects the damage that buildings take. Otherwise, buildings, doesn't matter what terrain you put them on. Same HP. The Leaning Tower of Siege. That's a good one. That is a good one. I don't think Harry Leary will satisfy as a follow-up to that. That's what I think I'm going to do the live TTL sets, and then get to Harry Leary. But we'll see how the John Slow set is. If it looks like it's a competitive set, then I'll just hop into it and maybe cast it live. We'll see. Depends on how long this one goes. Looks like Terz is going to force a 4th game at least, though. Skirms pick off that Vil. And Terz trying to defend with the Knight. Only one Knight, and he doesn't have any armor, so if Combito micros that, he'll get the Knight. But if Terz micros, he'll get the Skirms. Okay, he missed. He completely missed. And, oh, we missed again. No attack rounds. Just going for the standard right click. Yeah. That's one of the things I think that makes AoE 2 such a good game, though. They probably had lots of ideas like that. You can even see it in the game files. Lots of ideas that they decided not to do. I think it's important to take stuff and cut it. So there's a GG from Combito, and Terz gets himself on the scoreboard. It'll be 76 to 51 KD. More res collected, and right from the get-go, after that Men-at-Arms pressure got a bit tricky when the Men-at-Arms got into his wood line, but he was able to counterattack, at least do some nice damage, and then he had the fish boom. 7 fishing ships working the entire time. Combito had 0, and I think that made a pretty big difference for him. All things considered, the comeback is real? Maybe. Maybe. Terz needs to keep the comeback going. And where are we at? On the scoreboard, we will have a win for Terz, a win for Terz. And a win on Treasure Beach. But the 2 maps, Narek and Sardis, the remaining ones for Combito. Looks like he will be picking Narek for game number 4. Last 5 years, I've additions I can think of at least 50 changes like charge attacks and bleed status and free units that should never have made it off the drawing board. I will agree with you there. Those charge attacks, those Shravamp shields. Ah, the horror. Shudder. Was that a design in space by African Kingdoms? I think Raja's was still okay. I think the Mangrove Shallows were a decent addition. But, I think Raja's was kind of the end. I feel like African Kingdoms, once they balanced it and got the arrow slits and Malians balanced a bit, they still don't have the Fetorias figured out. But other than that, I think everything through Raja's is pretty well done. And it's kind of like the last cons where they really jumped the shark. Those Kuman TCs. I don't know, remind me of the hero units. Remind me of them. Alright, so they're launching. It'll be Turks versus Bohemians on Narok. So Turks for Terz, Bohemians for Combito. I'll get my coffee to keep myself ready for this stream. Because I think we got a lot of casting ahead of us. See how well I can stay awake. Email. My credit rating is very good. Thank you. Email. Need to buy a car. Is Vivi stream cheating? What? I've not heard anything about that. Nice job. Thank you, Atomic. Stream cheating at a LAN? If you can stream cheat at a LAN, all the power to you. I don't even know how that would happen. Aren't they recording his stream? Do they have him alt-tabbing? Come on. The Shravamps, I think, were the worst thing before the heroes. The Shravamps Riders. I'll tell you what they should have done with the Shravamps Riders, right? So units have an accuracy stat. And there's already like a precedent in the game that Trebs have different accuracies against buildings than they do against units. Units should have just had less accuracy against the Shravamps Riders. Just like take whatever accuracy units have and cut it in half, 50%. He has Twitch on his mobile phone in his pocket and sound on one earphone. What? What stream sniping would be allowed at the Twist Apartment Cup? I think what we do is we have the players, we have them sit back to back. So if you want to stream snipe, you got to turn around. But then if you then your other player will notice it, so they can turn around and slap you if they see you doing it. The players can police it themselves with violence. That would be the Pacifist Apartment Cup. Oh, you were imagining the way. Okay, I thought you said it was a thing.
I know.
We expected something more exciting than the chess scandal. A chess scandal. How can you even cheat it? Chess, it's a game of complete information. I guess I could just have like FedEx sitting behind me telling me what moves to make. 2 buzzes for Drush, 3 for Men-at-Arms. So, Turks Bohemians. A matchup that I usually do like the Turks in. I usually like the Turks here. I think artillery is a great, gives them a counter to the Halfnitsa with their cannons that have more HP actually, and can stay out of range. And then Cav archers should be great against the Bohemians too. Maybe the Bohemians could do something with Hussite wagons early on. Janissaries not what they used to be. But still, I don't know. Maybe other players have different thoughts about that, but I've always liked Turks in this matchup. Even with the nerfs to the Turks versus the Janissaries. Included a butt plug and coded vibration communication. Okay. Probably more advanced ways of stealing signs in baseball than that, so. Oh, that was the chess scandal. Okay. So let's see. Do we have all the relics spawning? The relics kind of near Terz, this map. So 1, 2, 3, 4 relics, mostly near Terz. I guess these two, closer to the domain. Combito. So 30-second difference in uptiming there, or maybe 1 25-second difference in uptiming for one villager. What is the middle terrain? Are all bumps the same height? All bumps are the same height. Some bumps have cracked terrain on them. That will be the 20% extra damage terrain if you build your building atop it. Your buildings then suffer from 20% bonus damage. Or just 20% extra damage. Just like the hill multiplier, it's a multiplier in the damage calculation. Yeah, stronger than humans in chess, but not in AoE. Not yet, at least. No one has ever put the effort into training an AI like that. And so, Thorough Prime on your favorite streamer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Prime. I appreciate the support. As always, the subs do help us keep events like Stronghold Frenzy running, help me make time to stream them, so thank you very much. Boards are live streamed, so you get the best move from someone who puts the board state into AI. Yeah, that's what I'd imagine. And Dangle, hello there, Dr. Dangle. Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the bits. Archer Micro. You know, that is a good point. With all the little bumps, you could have some insane differences in Archer Micro here. Let's see. Double Bit Axe, Horse Collar for Combito as he's up to the Castle Age. Terz. What is Terz doing in the Feudal Age this long? Well, he's laming some goats. But he's staying feudal. Feudal booming a bit, doing Double Bit Axe. Is Terz gonna go straight to Imp with this long he's spent in Feudal? Clicks Castle Age. Now it's an extra villager behind. Now he's 50 seconds behind. Yeah, he has a stable, so he probably wants Light Cav. So this is making me think Fast Imp, though. Has a good day. Likewise, T to the west. Well, thank you, Dangle. Nice to hear you having a good day. So scouts out and about for Terz. As the Turks, they will become light cav. For Combito to do spears into pikemen, he would have that Bohemians plus 25% bonus damage. Bonus damage affecting cav, of course. But since this is just a fortified tower and not a castle and a barracks, it is a bit harder to pump those spears out. And it looks like we'll have a full stone wall over here from Combito. Bit of a house wall there too. Going to keep this back corner safe. Make it easier to chop wood, get some more lumber camps out there, maybe a TC out there, and exactly that's where he's putting his TC. Deleting the walls back here, making sure it's safe to do so. And loses his scout. Loses his poor scout out there in the middle of the map. So monastery going up for Terz. We'll have a town center on the way here for Terz as well. Vill's building with TC. Villager mining a bit of stone. And we'll have Fervor. Fervor on the way for Combito. Heavy Plow and Bowsaw on the way. On the way for Terz. So Fervor as the Bohemians will affect the Vills. And seems like both players content to boom. Combito immediately for 3 TCs, Terz for 2 TCs, and a monastery for relics. And a hole in his wall. Well, he'll need to deal with that eventually. Don't want to leave those holes in your walls. So much buzzing. Terz buzz with the 3rd TC now. A bit later than Combito, but he shouldn't be falling too far behind in villagers, and he will start getting monks out. The monastery did focus on the eco-techs first, or at least on Fervor first for the villagers, so they move a bit faster. 0.92 speed right now. You get speedy vills if you do Fervor, as well as wheelbarrow and handcart. Really already decider? Yes, yes, UP. Indeed. This is the 3rd week. We're getting to the end of October. Time flies when you're playing Age of Empires. The first relic will be collected by Terz, no problem. As I said, it did feel like the middle relics spawned a bit closer to him, whereas the outside relics a bit closer to Combito. Maybe this one a bit competitive for them. They grow up so fast. That they do. Some more relics being picked up by these monks. Let me just keep an eye on what the schedule is. I don't think there is after the John Slow set any more Stronghold Frenzy, but there is a lot of TTL Bronze. So we'll see what I go and end up casting. And Terz is set actually here, taking quite a long time. I guess that's the thing for these maps though, they're kind of boomy and they can't take a while. Remember that time it was Masters of Arena 4 where they tried to do that that Castle Age start? I remember that just because of that game Membcasted where it was John Slow versus Miguel. Miguel had a whole bunch of onagers, and John Slow had a huge, massive. Or no, it wasn't onagers. It was John Slow who had onagers. He had some onagers and longbows, and he was pushing Miguel. And Miguel was trying to chase with cavaliers, and John Slow was running past, and there is one straggler tree. And as his longbows were running, he right-clicked that straggler tree with the onagers. And killed all of his longbows. That was brilliant. He killed all of his longbows. And a huge mass. Yeah, that was also the houseboat game in Regicide Rumble. He had the most beautiful onager shot of his life to save his king from some camels that were chasing it. But it was an attack round, and he didn't cancel the attack round after one shot, so the onager shot again, and the second shot killed his king. Now that was a John Slow onager there. I've killed my own castles with mangonels before, I know that pain. You go your mangonels, or maybe there's a relic in the monastery you're trying to mangonel, and at the same time you're going for the forward castle, you have all the momentum, you put it down, and then the splash damage hits your castle. I know that pain all too well. I've done that before. It's a 32-player GSL into a 16-player single elimination bracket. Yep. And 2 more relics for Terz, so he will have 5 relics. Okay, 5 relics in the Turks. Feels like a pretty good bonus for him. Right, he'll mine gold faster too. I guess that doesn't apply to the relics, only to the gold miners. And adding in archery ranges. So no skirms, they don't have the best unit in the game, but they do have really good cav archers with Sipahi and extra HP. The bloodlines will be on the way for Terz. As his monks keep wandering around, he's even, Castle Age Cannoneers. But he would love to pick up that final relic, but I think Combito will get one. But 5-1 relics in favor of Terz. Yeah, so both, exactly, Atomic, it's both. It's the best of both worlds. And it's Riker, and he gets to be captain of the Enterprise. oath. Rawr, hello, Baron. Look at that scab dodging some hand cannoneers. Eventually, succumbs to the blasts. I think I'm going to use the GSL into single elimination format next time I do cartographers. I do quite like it. Looks want a couple conversions on the hand cannoneers. I'll have handcart on the way for Combito, and fletching husbandry on the way for Terz. How do I feel about my Giants? I think we've won too many games, and we've ruined our draft stock. And we're going to let the Jets be a worse team and get a better draft pick than us this year. Eventually the hand cannoneers will miss badly enough to hit the moving scout. Eventually they do. We had a hard... We were almost... Honestly, we lost a game. We gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter, and would have survived had our kicker made extra points, but he missed 2 extra points in the same game. And he's in the NFL. Oh my gosh. Reminds me of my friend from high school. And then the football team needed a kicker, so they recruited my friend over from soccer to be the kicker. But they basically didn't coach anything, and were like, oh, just go practice kicking, and sent him over to the field with a football and a goalpost to practice kicking. Oh man, that was painful. I'm a Giants fan, yes. We were good when I was in high school and in college. Yeah, soccer players get stolen for kicking at football schools. Yep, and we were definitely a football school. We were a football school where I was a cross-country runner. Okay, this could be a doubt castle. That's a lot of cav archers from Terz. And that will be a doubt castle, 86.17%. 86.17%. The hand cannoneers go down. And doubt castle alert, we'll have imp on the way for Terz. More vills come. Oh, those vills are not going to finish that castle. Especially not when the cav archers have ballistics. Bodkin and ballistics. Do they have thumb ring? No thumb ring yet. Otherwise, good castle age cav archers. Imp timing could be bad for blue. Hell, the 15-0 Eco KD is bad for blue. The range in that fortified tower is insane. But ballistics is there, hand cannoneers and skirms. Combito sending more vills to their deaths. There is imp for Terz, and the GG as Terz ties it up 2-2. And we're gonna have a game number 5 on our hands. 35-20 KD, and Terz with 5 relics. Didn't even have more res collected, but with the imp timing and with the forward cav archers. They're to deny the castle, and that's why I like cav archers against Bohemians. You are great against the gunpowder that they field, and also gives you an option to kill the halbs that would have otherwise the bonus damage. Maybe a bit tricky to fight Hussite wagons, but you're mobile enough you don't have to fight them for the most part. He denies the castle, and we're going to game 5. The comeback is real. Comeback for Terz is real. And he's got to be kicking himself for throwing that Todai G game earlier, not walling the traction trebs. And we're gonna have game number 5. And we'll be on Sardis. Oh gosh, on Sardis anything can happen. Okay, I've been told John Slow versus Dobbs already finished, so we might just move on to TTL then. We'll see. I do like casting live stuff as long as we have live stuff. Saracen Mirror, I don't know what civs they have left. There are way too many civs for me to keep track of right now. Back then the coach would be like, good luck, kid, thumbs upping him while he runs to the field scared as all. Get out to kick the ball. Oh yeah, that happened. My friend, first time they did a kickoff, missed the ball, but ended up essentially being an onside kick that they recovered. And got the nerves out of the way. shiXo, the Madland, is playing after an 11-hour stream casting LY. The maddest I ever did was I streamed, I think, 12 hours casting Nations Cup and then at the end ended up doing a 14-hour stream because I had my Nations Cup set to play. That was crazy. We're doing on time 3 p.m. And I think we are launching. So we're launching. I think it's on Twitch. Gotta check. Is Only's still streaming. Good. Right, here we are. Oh no, we failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. I gotta rejoin the game. Combito Terz, there we go. I mean, casting isn't playing, so IDK, but when I play a best of 5, I need a break. Sometimes I feel like casting is even more intense than playing. As for playing, like, you can, like, you're playing, but you don't need to be, like, thinking as much. You can just kind of autopilot sometimes. Casting, you can't, like, autopilot it. And you always have to be wary of your voice and taking care of it. And thank you also, Windmill N, for the follow. Thank you very much. When I was a kid, I could dunk, but I could never do windmills. Alright, and here we're gonna go on to Sardis. So I think we'll do this, then we'll cast some TTL, and then we'll cast Hera versus Lyri, the Rex from this morning. I need to make a YouTube thumbnail, but maybe I'll get some thumbnail material from the set. Hussar Works versus Hussite Wagons, just getting caught up in the chat. I guess so. That's true too, Turk Hussar is quick versus the Wagons if that happens. Alright, so here we are. And let's see, we will have Terz as the green Saracens to the northwest, and Combito as the purple Saracens to the southeast. And why Saracens? So that you can break through the wall with Peltasts, and it's going to be a Peltast war, and likely whoever, as long as they break through at the same time, whoever has the better micro will win the Peltast fight in the middle, whoever can get to that trade workshop first. And here we go, immediate Peltast. 3 damage per javelin, I guess? I guess it's a javelin. And Combito needs to make sure he has a good build to pump them out, as we already have 2 Peltasts for Terz. And his scout also being used. So, ooh, okay, this difference in approaches here. Okay, 1 Peltast and using the scout to push Mouflons for Combito? Versus Terz trying to break through more quickly. Now here's maybe an if for how you want to play it. If you go feudal, you can do the blacksmith and fletching for the Peltasts, and then maybe have a better shot at microing. But not as much Peltast production. We have 2 here and a 3rd on the way already for Terz, so Combito not focusing on breaking out quite as quickly. Terz not even bothering to pick up his sheep. With the scout, wants to break out as fast as possible to get to that trade workshop and get the resource trickle. What is the lore of this map? I don't know. Apparently Sardis is a city that's on fire. If you play Battle for Greece, maybe you'll figure it out. Play the Chronicles. It's a Bazi map, so take from that what you will. After my set yesterday, I also think that a faster uptiming is better than keep on massing. Extra range carries hard. Okay. You can also just get random stuff like whoever gets stuck behind a forest, if 1 unit paths the wrong direction, suddenly you get 1 or 2 of your reinforcements picked, and then you're falling behind in numbers. That wolf also there blocking pathing a bit. There are chickens in the middle. Hello, wild chicken. You two might block pathing later. What do these things do? Are these solid or do you walk through them? Chicken, want to walk through there and answer my question for me? That'd be polite of you. More peltasts on the way out. Going to be attacking that fortified wall. And still trying to break out. That's 5 peltasts against 6. And Terz much closer to going through. So do Saracens break out faster than Kuman Rams? I would think they do. I would think they do because they get out in the Dark Age. And I guess holding the workshop is maybe better than a second TC because then you're not spending food on vills. And oh, Palisade chopped from Combito trying to optimize the long-distance gold mine. Optimization in the build. So more score for Combito, but I'm afraid that the score is due to scouting, and Terz is lacking in scouting a bit compared to Combito because the scout has been attacking the wall. And Terz here going to get the numbers, and he's finally going to need to collect the sheep and push in the mouflons. And make sure he keeps the TC running. Not want to let the TC go idle. Actually, just very quickly picks up the sheep and then goes right back to the wall. And as soon as that wall goes down, he will need the scout to run forward and grab the workshop. He's going to want to grab that as ASAP as possible. To borrow a phrase from the Viper, as ASAP as possible. And the wall goes down. Here comes the scout, and here come the peltasts. And controlled by Terz. The Terz out first. Will Combito be able to go up, though? Will he be able to go up? Oh, more food than Terz, more res collected, adding in farms. He spent so much on the peltast that he's not quite able to go up. Ooh, imagine Terz comes forward now and blocks this off. All goes down. Peltast forward. 12 to 13 though, so actually Combito with the peltast numbers advantage. And numbers advantage is what matters in this fight. Especially, is there a hill here? Oh my gosh, if someone can take a hill. He's taking the outposts. Dude, the outposts, they don't change, right? They're not like the workshop. Once you get them, you get them. Terz is going to try to dance around here as scout goes down. Is he going to have to retreat? What's the numbers? 12 to 13, 13 to 13. Scout's still there.
What's that?
This is a really intense moment for Combito. He can take a good fight, then he'll be okay. He has some reinforcements from both sides. Numbers still equal. These things take quite a few javelins to go down. They're quite tanky. He gets a kill, loses one of his own, gets another kill. Get the scout. Alright, Terz forcing him back just a bit. Well, forcing him back towards a hill. Wolf getting involved, chasing a peltast there. We'll go down. Terz now up by 1, up by 2. The production for Terz with that workshop now. He's keeping his foot on the gas. Losing a couple units here. More micro from Combito. Ooh, Terz losing numbers there. And Combito may be pulling slightly ahead now. Up by 1 peltast. Terz keeps the production up. Here's a thought. What if you like sneak 3 militia or some vills in and attack the mercenary camp and destroy it? So then, I guess a gate could stop that. Then your opponent wouldn't be able to make peltasts. Greek skirm versus Greek skirm. What did we do? We made a skirmisher map. And you know what? Combito has the numbers now. He has the numbers. he can take the fight. He just fights properly. It's so hard to micro when you have only 4 range on these units. No fletching. And it's hard to tell what the numbers exactly are. And behind this, despite not having the workshop, Combito is able to click up. So res collected pretty equal between the two of them. Pretty darn equal. And Terz has been taking the fight with the workshop this entire time. Using some more pelt tests. And actually he takes the advantage now. A couple of them are really low HP for him though. Pelt tests all being picked off. I think they have a minimum range of 1. And this is now the snowball. This is the snowball for Combito. He has the numbers. He's pushing Terz back, and Terz now has to go into run mode. He has to go into chase me down. Chase me down as I'm going to try to hold this as long as I can with the 3 peltasts left. He's held it for a long time. Pulled ahead by only 100 resources though. Combito maybe a bit better management of the economy to go up. Vill can actually super far ahead for Combito, up by 4 Vills. He'll be feudal first. And feudal will mean fletching. Feudal will mean fletching. And Terz is going to lose the workshop to Combito. And despite getting out first, despite the trickle of resources he has, or he had, Terz is ultimately unable to hold it. He does have a lot of farms added in behind this. And there's Combito up to feudal. Combito has a lot of farms himself. Look at that, 14 farms. No horse collar, no eco upgrades at all, but market and blacksmith on the way. Saracen, so I guess you just do the market anyway. I was going to say, I don't think you're going to go up to castle that quickly, but sure, do the market. And 2.5 minutes of idle TC for Terz, and he still wasn't up that fast. 23 to 17 KD for Combito. Once he got to that point where it snowballed hard. Terz up to the feudal age. Market blacksmith himself, but wait just a minute. Can Terz fast castle after this? He's the Saracens. He can buy himself up no problem. He's doing loom. He's doing double bit axe. And we'll have castle age probably on the way for Combito too. And how do peltasts do once you get up to the castle age? Probably still insanely well, especially if they can get to fletching and bodkin. You can't trade out of it. It's a trade workshop though. It's not a market. It gives you a trickle of resources. It's actually quite strong. You can see the resources trickling in. It's like the opposite of Reaganomics. Your resources trickle up. Now Terz will try once again for a fight, but he's down by 4 peltasts. Trying to do armor and fletching. Maybe with the fletching advantage, if he has armor, he can take a brief fight. But no ballistic, so it's hard to micro against these guys. And he is not clicking up himself. As he's selling food, maybe he pressed the wrong button. He's buying food afterwards. That might have been a costly misclick for Terz. But he has the peltast numbers now. Here's the numbers. How do skirms do against these things? Is there any world where you go elite skirm? And then you have the bonus damage, and these guys themselves don't have bonus damage against the skirms? Like, do you get Castle Age and full-on swap to Elite Skirm? I know, the worst feeling when you click the market the wrong way. The absolute worst UI, like, quirk is that when you try to play Age of Mythology or AoE 3, they reverse the market direction. So the buy and the sell on the opposite rows of where they are in AoE 2. So whenever I play those games, I'm constantly clicking the wrong button at the market. Oh my gosh, it bugs the heck out of me. Terz taking another bad fight. 34 to 25 KD. There's Combito up. Terz not up himself yet. And what does Combito do now? Go forward, do a workshop here maybe? Get some scorpions? Send Vil forward, and yeah, that's exactly that. Forward for the workshop. Maybe a bit late, but we'll have it. A bit late on the upgrades too. Doing bodkin. Terz at least has double bit axe, but he's had to reseed farms that don't even have horse collar. How many resources is the workshop producing? Let me double check the message that Terz sent to me. It's around 12 Vils in the Castle Age. It is 5.4 Vils in the Dark Age, 8.1 in Feudal, 12.2 in Castle, and if you get to Imp, it is 18.2. So 12.2 villagers here have an advantage, so give that 52 vills for Combito against 34 from Terz right now. In terms of their economy, and Combito is very far ahead. And I don't know what the clown scientists did. I don't know what Bazzi did, but he managed to make a map that revolves around a skirmisher. Yeah, no stone, no stone. Wood, food, and gold. No stone. Stone would be OP, because then you'd tower everything. I say that as though food, wood, and gold themselves are not OP, because they are. And it'll be a workshop for Terz, and he basically has one strategy, that's to go all into the middle. And Combito will fortify the middle as well as he can, start picking up relics. Wall this up a bit. And it is Terz's tournament life on the line, so he's not gonna call it without a fight. A fight is something he'll need to put up as ballistics is on the way. Oh, there's never a workshop here. It was cancelled for a TC and a monastery. Combito would love to have some siege right now. If Terz can get ballistics in the fight, that could be great for him. Both players doing the second armor upgrade. But with the workshop, that's going to push ballistics away. University on the way from Combito will be behind on ballistics. Oh, if he could go forward and wall this in, I'm sure he would love to. Or Terz would do the same thing. We have seen that before on this map, walling your opponent in. Peltas going down, good micro here from Terz. He can maybe win a fight with ballistics. He has a melee unit there, a mercenary hoplite. That guy went right down to the Peltasts. Okay, here comes Terz though with the mangonel. Has his mangonel out first. And what type of shot can Combito immediately going to get the mangonel shot off? He's too close, he's in the minimum range. And what can Terz do here? The shot goes on the Peltasts, but the mangonel goes down. Okay, that maybe gives Terz a chance to micro a bit. Saracens have good monks, but they will need redemption. Monk goes down immediately to the Peltast, and Terz retakes the trade workshop. He retakes the trade workshop, despite all the fortification efforts from Combito. And maybe Terz is still alive if he's sending vills forward and can repair the mangonels. If Terz could somehow get a monastery and convert the workshop, that would be insanely good for him. Or if he could otherwise destroy it. Might lose a mangonel to the Peltasts though, but gets a decent hit on the Peltasts in turn. And another decent mangonel shot. Mangonels will try to trade. Mangonel tanks a shot. This one, ooh, survives on 6 HP. Both players will retreat to their corners, repair their mangonels. Terz has to be careful he doesn't move too far away from the middle. The mangonel repair is not there in time. And ooh, the Peltasts dive the min-range of the other mangonel. Try to get away, but they take a mangonel shot square to the face. And they are all super low on HP. Trying to pick off the mangonel with the last couple of Peltasts. They will be successful in it. Yes, they will. Desperate repairs in for Terz on his mangonel. He's now getting an extra 12 vills or so from that workshop. But probably not going to make up for the absolute economy numbers that Combito has now. And we're gonna have a TC from Terz right on the workshop. Another siege workshop forward for Combito. All right, this is now getting a bit crazy. Terz amassing a bit of gold. So I still think redemption monks would be great for him. That's what we're gonna have though from Combito. The mangonel goes for the vills. It's not going for the other mangonels. Mangonel gets hit. Mangonel goes down. What did you just walk into? Hopefully not a mangonel shot, Baron. Don't want to walk into those. Ooh, what is that? A narrow alleyway. Peltas pick off another mangonel. Some vills going down here for Terz. Terz still desperately holding on to that trade workshop. The siege workshop, though, what matters is the mangonel walks into a shot. And I think Combito slowly but surely is whittling down the numbers from Terz to the point where Terz will no longer have control of this trade workshop. Terz has to run. Combito takes it back, and there is a GG from Terz, who comes close to pulling off the reverse sweep, but can't quite get it done. And Combito, with a 3-2 lead, will win the set and advance to the playoffs to the single elimination bracket. So GG's for Combito, just holding on. Terz gave him a good run, and I'm sure Terz is going to be feeling that Todai G game where he didn't wall on the traction tribs. But GG. Todai GG. Ooh, those skirms were super buff. Those are Peltasts, Hazai. Those are Those are skirms playing baseball in the 90s. Alright, so I'm going to just play an ad. We're going to swap over to TTL because those sets are going to be live. Give me a moment to figure out what I'm going to be casting next. Congrats again to Combito, winning 3-2. And thanks again for both of them for giving us a great and entertaining set. GG's. The Pittsburgh Peltasts. I mean, probably be better than the Pirates. GG's. Alright, let me just swap over to my other overlay for a moment, and I'll take a minute to play a couple ads and then get back set up for TTL. Alright. I'm back and we're getting ready for TTL. So what's going on? We have right now Gali versus GGOut. I think I'll cast that. Say Gali versus GGOut. Let's see what game they're on. Game number 1 still on Ravines. Let me update this. This will be Gali versus GGOut. And we'll just get caught up to live time on this. Go straight for it. Let me know, did I unmute myself? Is the audio and everything okay? Let me know if I'm okay here. So Gali will be playing as the blue Vietnamese and GGOut as the red Gajers. I think I have my title and everything updated. My YouTube, everything updated too. Thank you all for tuning in. They're from AoE 1? Not from AoE 1, they're from the AoE 2 Capture Age DLC. They're a new unit, but not AoE 1 though. It's kind of confusing because there's AoE 1 DE, there's AoE 1 in the AoE 2 engine from the Rome DLC, and then there's the AoE 1 era Greek DLC made by the Capture Age team. So kind of a very chaotic set of expansions they've made and lacking direction, I think. Very clearly a set of games worked on by many developers and published by Microsoft. I think that's the best way to describe it. You're tuned in. Hello, T-Cone98. Need one name for everything in AoE 2 that's not AoE 2? That's quite a lot of varied stuff. Especially if you want to count, like, the Realms mod, the Portuguese Civ mod, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, the Lord of the Rings mods, all that stuff. So here we are up to the castle. Let me update my scoreboard. This is the TTL Bronze, round of 124, and it did capture age. You all saw that, right? I typed it, and it didn't acknowledge my typing. It undid what I typed. Weird UI concurrency thing there. Formerly known as Anthony. Oh, hello there.
Namaste.
The YouTube chatter formerly known as Anthony. Fail wall. Thanks, Bozzy. That's not all Bozzy content, though. Bozzy makes good AoE2 content, like Zawal. CBA is part of normal AoE2, definitely. That's just a custom scenario. We should do some CBA someday. Bear wants to munch on a Vil. Archers take out the bear, though. The Vils come forward, and we'll have a siege workshop coming up here at the front in front of the TC for Gali. Who of the two has the most competitive ECP? What do you mean by ECP, Eric? What do you mean ECP? Unless it's a typo. Maybe you meant Eco? A Vietnamese Gajers? I'd say both pretty decent, maybe a bit of a lead for the Vietnamese. It might be situationally dependent, though. Okay, that was a good fight. Crossbows against the feudal skirms. Picks off quite a few skirms. TC hits the crossbow. You know, coming forward, going for the TC. No competitive, so tournaments. I'm still curious what you're asking. You keep trying though. I'll try to give you an answer if I understand. So, Mangonel coming forward. GGOut still hoovering around. Shots on the TC. Knights coming forward for Gali. Gali's taking a pretty good lead. Down in Vils though. But up by 2k res collected. That's always a situation that means you've done a good job applying pressure when you're down in Vils but up in res collected. It means the pressure is open to continuing. Insane clown posse. That's what the clowns are. Do the players have tournament placement results of note? So GGOut's a player I know fairly well. Gali I haven't seen too much before, but on the Dark Side clan. So he's definitely a competent player, right? We can see their elos here, 2301 to 2159. Not really familiar with much tournament success from them, though. Not sometimes in the Bronze League, you're gonna have good players, but it might not be high enough in the on the AoE2 food chain to have a lot of notable tournament results. Is my AoE2 playing style hamster or clown or non-binary? So my AoE2 playing style is it's like clown, but also when I first learned AoE2, I spent a lot of time, Tato had, we had a clan with, I was in a clan with Tato, and we played the, what was it, the RTS League? There was another name for it, but anyway, there was a league of, a 3v3, 4v4 league in AoE2 back on AOC. And since Tata was on the team, we always we trained water maps, like islands or migration, to pick as our home map. And I had a lot of training in Gali micro. So I'm both very good at the clown maps and also very good at the water maps. But AOC water, where you didn't have the Dark Age transport, so you didn't have to worry about landings, and it was all about Gali micro because you didn't have the Feudal Age fires. Still, if I'm playing a tournament, like one of my home map picks is still going to be like Baltic or Mediterranean or islands or a water map usually. That's where I tend to have the advantage over people. So that's probably not what true for many clowns, but it's true for me. So we'll be going on to the next map. I think anyone outside of the top 32 has notable tournament placements. I mean, there definitely are a lot of people who have been like people in the past, right? Like Chris wouldn't be top 32 anymore. Maybe he would be, but obviously has notable tournament placements from the past, even though he might not be competitive in tournaments currently. And we have Zong. Yes, they picked Zong. Picked a clown map. Hello, Jeep. Hello. Lovely to have you around, Jeep. Thoughts on the water? I haven't seen the water. I haven't played it myself. I have access to the patch. Well, I guess anyone has access to the patch because you can sign up as a caster. And it's open casting for the Dallas Oxy Cup. You just click the button and the bot gives you access to the patch. But from what I saw, my first thoughts are the hulks and the ropes they shoot look kind of silly. And I feel like that needs a big graphics overhaul to make it make sense for AoE 2. There's a lot of stuff like if they clean up the dock without needing the second page, that's nice because, you know, a lot of people get confused by the dock. And the whole combat triangle rework, I'm not sure what they're trying to do with demos or what the goal will be. It always kind of made sense that demos countered fires and were beaten by galleys, because you had to get within close range for the fires to hit the demos, but by then it's too late, and the galleys can snipe them off from afar. Maybe fires countering galleys was a bit weird, but you needed to complete the rock, paper, scissors triangle anyway, so it kind of made sense. But now, it feels like it's almost reversed, where fires should counter the hulks, hulks should be like a speedy boarding ship to counter the galleys, and galleys should counter the fires. So, not really sure what's going on there. I mean, obviously that would reverse the galley fire setup we have already, so that might be a bit unintuitive. But I don't know. I feel like water, like right now, there's a problem that water is really boring when we have hybrid maps and it's fire galleys and small ponds. And I don't think that the water change does anything to address that. I think it's more just like, as much as changing the dock panel is a good UI update in terms of actual gameplay, I feel like it's more just like a change that doesn't really accomplish anything. I'd like to see a bit more of a rework to water than just adding the Hulk. Not a fan of the Mezzo getting Cannon Galleon. Thinks they should have gotten Dromans. I can understand the American civs getting Cannon Galleon from the perspective of in the campaigns, you could like steal them from the Spanish. But if they get Cannon Galleons, they should be like, they should maybe take a super long time to train, but then you should get the Spanish gunpowder bonus on them where they shoot really fast. That could be kind of cool. Like Shalot Warriors styled things. I don't know. Humans getting them are kind of like whatever. Okay. They should get a cheap scout canoe instead. I'd give T90 nightmares about the canoes. Yeah, so relics inside these shrines. Oh my gosh, can you still pick them up with the pathfinding changes? I didn't actually think about that. Okay, I should try that. Hopefully the pathing didn't change this. I'm worried because when I did the GL cookout, all the Danger Duck maps where we put the deer on top of the berries, the pathing changes made it so that the deer no longer could walk off of the berries. Can monks still pick up these relics? I'd probably have heard a bug report from players if they couldn't, so I hope it's fine. The solution is clearly to add submarines. Hello, Petito. We gotta play Rise of Nations if you want submarines. What I feel like they should do for water is, AoE 1, I'm gonna say AoE 1 did water better than AoE 2. By the fact that in the Feudal Age, you had your fast and nimble scout ship that you could then upgrade when you get to, or in the Tool Age when you get to the Bronze Age, you upgrade it to the War Galley, which is still fast and nimble. And I think that's the right way to start with water changes, is to redesign the War Galley. So instead of this boring, bulky, hulking, slow-to-micro ship, it's this fast and nimble War Galley that you still can micro and it's still fun to play with. That's I think the first change you could do. I think even Hera has a video saying like War Galley is the worst upgrade in the game because they're so much harder to micro. It's still 100% worthwhile, 110% worthwhile because they train faster and you'll get your numbers up. But it's awkward and it's less fun. There's always that part of the galley micro that breaks your heart when you gotta click that War Galley upgrade and you know you're just getting past the fun part. So if I were to rework water, that would be my focus, making it more fun to micro. Tree 90 probably has dreams about those, probably has nightmares about the canoes. I know he's gotten wrecked by those canoes. I need to experiment a bit more with the water gameplay, and then maybe make a video about it on YouTube. Adding rotation speed for ships, that's already there extra. Ships already do have rotation speed. They could slow it down even more, but yeah, ships already have one of the few units in AoE2 that does have a rotation speed. You mean noticeable? The question is always like, is it fun to micro them if they have that, right? Right now it's at a speed where I think it actually is fun to micro galleys with the rotation speed. Increase it, and then maybe you run the risk of it not being there anymore. So scout fight here, Gali got the first hit, but GGOut will be feudal first. GGOut probably needs to run and make sure that he gets feudal. What a water rework really needs is for ships to enter melee the crews boarding enemy ships, but that would be 100% beyond the scope of the game. Yeah, I'm thinking something like if you ever played Star Trek Armada, when each individual ship had a crew counter, the priest will come out and heal the scout. And then you could transport onto the other ship and capture it. And there is that scenario with all the derelict ships you had to run around with the Enterprise and transport crew on to get them back. And try to get the ships and get your fleet established before you fought off the Borg. I'll have to play that game someday. That game was like completely the opposite of AoE2 in terms of RTS, where everything had a special ability. But it was still pretty fun. And Gats, thank you for the follow. Transport ship where the transport units can fight. Capturing enemy ships is such a mess. I mean, naval combat for much of AoE2's era would have been ships ramming each other or boarding each other and trying to capture each other, right? And it wouldn't have been until late in AoE2's time frame, the advent of cannon, that they'd start shooting at each other. As much fun as Galley Micro is, I think it's fair to say, ships did not fight by having one arrow shot at each other by an archer. I think it's fair to say that's not a very realistic depiction of naval combat. I wonder how the campaigns are going to change, because this feels like a pretty substantial rework, to the point where many of the naval-based scenarios would have to be redone. Who knows? Maybe it's not that big of a change, actually. I wonder if the AI is going to get a rework. Like, if the AI will become better at playing water maps after this patch. That'd be sick. It looks like GGOut is well on his way to collecting 5 relics. He's gotten 4 of them so far, and just has to pick up that 5th. You can't put them in the shrines, so in the absence of a monastery in the feudal age, he will drop them off in his base. Do a monastery once he gets up, and then drop them off. You're going to bring them all the way to the TC, just to say hi. Bring them to the back past the TC. Hey, Capture Age still does that thing where the edge of the map gets a shadow on it for no reason. That shouldn't happen. Doesn't happen in the game, just a Capture Age thing. Plants go off the edge of the map and there's a shadow. TC, we'll have a monastery going up on the edge there. Question is, will the naval art of war... Oh! That is perhaps the most important question. That naval art of war scenario is insane. That's the most difficult thing in Age of Empires, finishing naval art of war with gold. Is absolutely crazy. So TC going up as the priests bring in the relics. This is going to be 5 relics right away for GGOut as the Bohemians. Now, Bohemians Bengalis, if one player gets 5 relics, that player is going to have a huge advantage in the game. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4th on the way. And where's the 5th relic? Where's the 5th relic?
Hi.
Don't see it in Gali's base. I would think GGOut has it. Yeah, this is number 4. He needs to put it in the monastery. My T90 blind right now. Where is the final relic? Not hiding in one of these things anymore. Could have sworn I saw GGOut pick up all 5 of them. There's 4. Not on the minimap anymore. In his base next to the monastery. Now in. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. There we go. Must have been hiding in plain sight. Now he has all 5. So 5 relics. Hopefully they didn't put standard victory on. Hello, also Holy Roman Viking. Give ships a bonus speed and attack if you add land units on them, like if you garrison rams. That could be interesting. River on the way. Oh yeah, the other thing I didn't like was I feel like the attempt to make the water perhaps like less snowbally by being able. Oh, thank you, John Slow, for the raid. Thank you very much. We're casting some TTL here. Have a few sets to cast. We got Gali versus GGOut, and I think Stark's playing later. We'll try to cast that, and then we'll probably cast the Rex of Hera versus Leary from earlier today. And Brent, hello Brent. Ovoin, hello Ovoin. You have to get your GGOut emotes. GGOut. I was saying, I feel like the snowball effect of the that they're trying maybe to counteract by allowing ships to garrison in docks and shoot arrows might have the opposite effect. Kind of like how walls on closed maps means that trusses are more powerful because you can't be counterattacked. Now, instead of being able to sneak a couple galleys forward and disrupt the enemy's fish if you lose water, you're going to sneak your galleys forward and get no damage because they'll hide in their docks. Until they clean up your galleys. And so I think that actually makes the water more snowbally rather than less. Hello, Old Man Willow. Gamer time. You got a survivalist emote there. How are you doing? How are you all doing today? A bowsaw and wheelbarrow on the way here from GGOut. And Multimorbid, thank you very much for the follow. We're very close to 14K followers. We're at 13,924. Maybe 25 if my counter takes a second to upload, but thank you very much. Closing in there, and also on 30K on YouTube. So I appreciate everyone also who's subbing on YouTube. I think a lot of 2K plus players get stomped too often, and only 2.5K players get some placement money these days, I think. Well, I mean, there's also the point that if you start making prize pools for lower parts of the bracket, and thank you, Primus Fenrir, for the follow, you very quickly start running out of prize pool. Because all of a sudden, you're splitting something, if you're splitting it 32 ways, like, there's not much money left over for people in lower, even if you're winning something, it's not like a sustainable living off of it where you can spend time training and grinding, right? It's maybe a couple $100, even if you are drastically to decrease the prize pool at the top. I think from handling payments from a lot of tournaments, and like when I did cartographers, I was doing like $20 payments at the bottom of the brackets, and of course that does change like country to country how much that's worth. But there comes a point where, yeah, it'd be nice if there were more prize money overall, but you're not magically going to support everyone with prize money payments, even if you are trying to change distributions. And at some point, you end up paying more in transaction fees than you do in actual prize money. So we'll have a forward workshop from Gali. And Imperial Age on the way for both. But GGOut with 5 relics, that is still insane. Prize pool was split by weight. John Slow would be rich. If it was split by size, Doubt would be even richer. So Loom, Sanctity, Imperial Age, all on the way for GGOut. Those Vills are suddenly getting a ton of HP, from 25 to 55. Vill walled in, but the Priest will be over there for conversion. A very low range on the Priest. Oh, and the Vill going to be killed by the Scout. So Hussite Wagons coming forward. They will try to hold the hill in the middle. And if you are just joining us, we do have 5 relics from GGOut. Gali didn't really contest that. GGOut picked them up quite swiftly. Is Doubt higher than 195? Doubt, I'm going to say, is like 6'4". So I don't know what that is in centimeters. Well, I'm like 183. I think that's like what 6 foot is. And Doubt is certainly taller than I am. I'm not particularly short. So Mangonel is out. Forward castle for Gali. Hussite Wagons on the hill will try to take out the Mangonel. Mangonel taking a bit of a beating, but here comes the Vill to repair, not in time. And will this castle go up with 3 Hussite Wagons on the hill? A couple of priests there for conversions. Another Mangonel immediately sniped off, but does get, or not immediately sniped off. Okay, repairs in time. Repairs in time. And the Hussite Wagons get it, but not in time, I think. I think the castle 75% should go up. Gali has to be careful. You don't want to spam click. You only want to move the Vills when they start running away. Spam clicking slows you down. Maybe I really need to make a... I've mentioned that in YouTube videos before, but I might need to make an actual video about that. Maybe get a couple of gameplay situations where I show it off. Spam clicking slows down your castle construction. Is John Slow tall? I've met him before. I think he's shorter than I am. It's not like he's short, though. Bozzy's pretty tall, too. Feels short and you're 6'2" because your best friends are 6'7", 6'5", and 6'5". I have a video on that already. I have a video about using monks to force Vills away from castles back before the monk mechanic changed. And you can't do that as easily anymore. Okay, defensive castle from GGOut. There he goes. He'll snipe off the Mangonel, maybe get the Vills with a parting shot. Doesn't get the Vills. Oh, DE. No ballistics, and you can't hit units running in straight lines like you could in AOC. That's got to be a video, too. Not being able to hit Vills running in straight lines. So fletching on the way, forging on the way. We need, like, stats on all the top AoE2 players and streamers. Like height, weight, age, handedness, position, points per game, field goal percentage, home runs per season, stuff like that. Blood type. The most important stat, blood type. And Treb goes down. And Trebs are out for GGOut. And again, with 5 relics, the 2k relic gold so far. This is going to be hard for Gali to... Ooh, the Treb sniped off one shot. This is going to be hard for Gali to win. Thought they would fix towers and castles when they were looking into fixing TCs. So they didn't actually fix TCs. All they did was make the projectiles larger and faster. They did not affect the underlying issue that projectiles in DE are less likely to hit units than they were in the original game. You can literally just have an archer shoot a Vill as the Vill runs away in a straight line in the original game, and the Vill gets hit, whereas in DE it doesn't get hit. Ballistics is far more important than it was in the past. And that's like every projectile in the game. The TC was notable because of all the laming that happened, as GGOut ties it up. But that is a classic case of addressing a symptom instead of a disease. So GGOut, not much to say there. He got all 5 relics right away, and 2k relic gold will, in this Civ matchup, Bohemians Bengalis lead him to victory. Slightly faster Imp 2. And there he goes. Ties it up. Wins the clown map, the most important of maps. Which of the Civ is better in win rate on closed map? They're both good closed map Civs. They're both top picks. I don't know what the exact win rate is, or if there's any particular closed map where one is favored over another. But whenever there's a closed map, both of them will be higher on the list of picks. Both good monk Civs, too. Gotta love the monk rushes. I'm at the point where I'm out of coffee, and I'm hoping, like, I'm at the point where I sip the coffee, and I hope there's gonna be more coffee, but there isn't. There's just, yeah. Need more coffee now. It's 4 p.m. and probably too late to keep drinking coffee, but I'm gonna go for it. It's the tiny little bits of coffee down at the bottom of the cup. And thank you again, Multi-Morbid and Primus Fenrir for the follows. 4 p.m. is absolutely not too late to have coffee. That's true. We're probably gonna be casting a lot more. Like I said, we have what else is coming up for TTL today? In about 2 hours, we have Chancelloro versus Stark. Don't know who Chancelloro is, or if that'll be close at all. We also have Escabe versus Mauricio. I think Mauricio is a heavy favorite there, but around 124, we have some heavy favorites. And I do want to do the Hera versus Leary Rex later. For a fruit tea after 4 p.m. Where is my sponsored energy drink fridge in the background? No. Gosh, no. We're not doing that. No problem with anyone who does do that, but I cannot drink energy drinks. I cannot do that. The coffee, I can have 1 cup of coffee a day. If I have too much caffeine, I get headaches and migraines, and it's ugly. So this is Acropolis. I had to very quickly adjust it because I needed to make the trees more fair in the middle of the map. But I'd love to spend more time making the map prettier a bit. Clowns, I'd say that. Yeah, so this is the opposite of a clown map. This is a fire galley in a small pond map. Maybe we'll see hulks in small ponds after the update, but I don't think no matter what, this is gonna be a problem, right? There are so many maps like Cross or Immersion that are just the same thing. You make the fire galleys and you make fire galleys. Maybe now they're just making hulks because I don't see galleys being useful. Or in the new patch, they'll be making hulks. So yeah, wood lines fairly well balanced in the middle now. Players shouldn't have a huge advantage where one player has them and the other doesn't. I also spread the resources out a bit, so moving to the outside parts of the map is a bit more important. It's still vast and open, and I'd love to fill it with something more interesting, but at least you have gold and stone out there. And of course, just as always, we have the edge of the map with the wood, or with the rock terrain all the way to the edge. So deer already pushed in already from Gali. Hey, can we get a lake recessed in the middle? What do you mean? Other than this lake, do you want something else? Alright, see you later, Eric. Yeah, around the lake, there are a couple of deer. Like the elevation for it to be slightly lower? I suppose we could. Acropolis has never been like that, though. As far as I know. Real hamster map. Yeah. Also, I did, so Acropolis was originally made by Scripter, who had made the user patch. And originally it had flowers under the TC, so I added those back. Actually, the original map had road instead of rock terrain. It was one of the main impetuses for Forgotten Empires, adding the rock terrain back in the HD edition. But there's rock terrain now. Mimics nature. For now, I'll leave it as it is, but what I would like to do, though, is we added the deep fish for the previous season. I think that was a mistake. I think that it shouldn't have any deep fish. I think it encourages way too much fire galley fighting. Like the map. Hello, Baby Cakes. I do like the map, too. I do like the map as well. I don't know, maybe I cooked a bit too much by putting the dirt terrain at the top of the hill. And maybe this should be like grass terrain so you can actually see the difference between the rock and the top of the hill on the minimap. I thought, oh, I'll make the top and the bottom different colors, but now that I think about it, the top and the side are the same color. I don't have that many colors to play with. I'd have to make the top desert terrain then, maybe? And then that probably wouldn't work. Like desert, but like I could mask like grass on top of it somehow. Maybe I'd have to play around with that. Thanks for casting bronze. Alright, see you later, Eric. Have a good evening. I think the elevation will make tower versus fire more viable. The tower is very unaffected by elevation because when you garrison it, the secondary projectiles are not affected by elevation. It's only the primary projectile. So that's one arrow out of the what, 4 or 5 potential arrows you're shooting that is affected by the hill. So that actually doesn't really matter that much for towers. Yeah, that's the thing where the hill, because the bonus damage actually is completely canceled out by the primary projectile, and it's the secondary projectiles that have the bonus attack against buildings that actually matter. In a tower war, the hill is completely irrelevant. The hill does not matter at all, tower versus tower. It does matter for getting an attack bonus against repair vills, but it is, as far as damage against the building, doesn't matter. And Mankadai Enjoyer, hello, that's a nice Ornlu emote you got there. Is Ornlu still casting? I saw him going for a while. Oh, that answers my question. Thank you, Ornlu, for the raid. Hello, First Max, thank you for the follow. We're closing in on 14k followers. We're at 13,927, so I appreciate the raid and the follow. Hello, Bannister Esquire, and why don't you say hi? So we're casting some TTL now. We got Gali and GGOut. We'll have a couple more sets later. And hope you all are doing well. And Baseline Elite, thank you for the follow. So Militia coming out for Gali. Kind of surprised to see no one docking here. I did spend a lot of time getting the fish balanced. Redemption to GGOut. So GGOut did lose game 1, but played game 2 on a clown map. There's some water here. And whenever I see the name Gali, I just think of Bionicles and the toe of water. Oh, that's my thought process on this map. Gali has to be the advantage on the water map. Does lose his scout though. He'll be up to feudal. And just now, as the Japanese will likely see men-at-arms, and now docking. What do you think about having more forest and a bigger lake to allow for more walls? I think if anything I don't want to make the lake bigger because that will encourage fire galleys more and more fish probably. And forests, I think the point of the map is that it should be open, right? And that you can't wall that easily. So I think having the very small spread out forests is really the way to go. I don't know what happened in this generation. I really have little control over where the forests spawn. I'd love to have them like a bit more balanced on both sides of the TC. Both players should have the same total number of trees at the tops of their hills, but maybe in the future I could try to balance the hill shape a bit more. Should be able to do that with the trigonometry I have now. I'm sure I could spend a lot of time on the map tweaking it here and there. So they can't just walk into TCs and towers. Well, that's the point, right? They got Pierce Armor. They can walk under the defenses. And Gali will wall in that lumber camp. Make sure it's safe. Send vills out to the wood there. Just around the lake? What would you be keeping safe then? Where are you thinking of walling? Like walling the lake in? Okay, so tower coming forward for GGOut. That'll be a tower on the wood line. A couple of scouts running around. Spear gets some defensive pokes here for Gali. And, ooh, Spear with the hill bonus there. Got a nice poke. Gets a scout. Ooh, gets another poke in. I'm fighting for fish control. I'm not sure what you'd be walling then if you're fighting for the fish. I have the fear that in the new patch, if the naval changes go through as they are, that we'd end up with docks here, where fishing ships are garrisoned in both docks and they're shooting at each other. I mean, if you want the lake to be larger, right, I think that's kind of counterproductive to walling it off. Right, because then you have a larger area you'd need to wall. So Tower Rush goes up for GGOut, and now those vills are going to have to get out and run, but the scouts will be there to attack them, and it's a good thing the spear got those pokes in earlier, because now the scouts will not have the HP to keep chasing the vills. 1-on-1 eco KD, and res collected still just about the same. But now Gali has to be careful. At least Gali's the Japanese, and the Japanese will have those cheap lumber camps to move over. Hello Spaz, how you doing? Dock Wars sounds like a fun future. I had that back when the Malay first had their harbor docks added in the Raja's beta. They were much stronger than they are today. I complained about them a lot in that beta. But Tato and I played a game. It was a team game on Highland. You know Highland has like the river that runs through the middle. And it basically came to the point where we were both Malay. We both had harbor docks, and we had both harbor docked up and down the entire river, and it was just had harbors shooting at each other. I played a game against, if you know Alkalim, who had worked on Capture Age and the Greek DLC before the layoffs. I played a game against him in that beta, where it was, I think, it was some type of island map. It might have been Sandbank, but I literally just made harbor docks all the way around the outside of his island. And they were so strong then that they destroyed castles. So because they only cost wood, you'd build 2 of them, and it's like fortified churches on steroids. They'd have so much HP that they'd win against castles. PKOE 2. Yeah, what are harbors going to be like when we garrison fish in Malay docks now? Maybe harbors are going to get to their old mojo back from that beta years before they were in the game properly. So, nice mule cart forward for GGOut. That tower will be taking the deer. My eyes are drying out now. I did get eye drops, but this is actually really sad. I've been talking the other day how I'm casting for so many hours, my eyes dry out. And so I went to the pharmacy and I got some moisturizer, but I haven't been able to open it. It's literally capped too tightly for me to open, which is sad. I need to figure out how to break the seal and open it. GGOut has... that's true, he is the best unit in the game. He is the best unit in the game, now he's going to be docking. They're always too weak. That's my bad for complaining about them. Do you remember that it was the Burmese campaign? It's that scenario number 6, we had to go around and escort that monk guy to pray at all the temples? There was a player who had some docks in that scenario. Originally the docks were harbors, and they would massacre your army while you're praying at one of the temples. It was complete insanity how strong they were. So GGOut now with the skirms, pressuring the woodline at the top of the hill too. And Gali with another lumber camp on the other side. And doing an archery range, but Gali is up to the castle age. Couple of ranges here. Why the dislike for the fires? Oh, I just feel like I've seen way too many maps where it's fire galleys and small ponds. One player wins the fight, and then they just win the game because they have fish. I also feel like the galleys are much more fun to micro than fire galleys are. I much prefer seeing if there's water on map. It's large enough so that you have more choices for the ships you go for. And it's not just automatic fires and then maybe a couple of demos. So here you're not really playing rock, paper, scissors at all. And you're not really microing. You're making a couple of fires, attacking the fishing ships, and that's it. Both boring. I think that's maybe the problem with the African kingdoms, is that, you know, galley micro is kind of boring to watch, even if it was fun to play. And then they added something else that was just equally as boring to watch and even less fun to play. Or maybe not fun to play, if I'm claiming that I'm getting my grammar right and saying that galleys are fun. I think galley micro is something that's a lot of fun. When I made those micro scenarios in the past, that's one part of the feedback I got. 10v10 galleys was a lot of people's favorite event. So we do have Castle Age first for Gali, and he will be adding in Cav Archers now. Japanese Cav Archers. I mean, this could be a Cav Archer mirror, but in such a contest, I would think the Georgians would be at a disadvantage with the attack bonus the Japanese have. It will also be a knight straight out. A knight with bloodlines, and here comes a cav archer. Skirms will try to go for the cav archer. Cav archer likes to hit the scouts. Knight takes them out. Gali Warrior Clock. Frazzle? What is that map? We need the old version of the passage that didn't have the shallows, right? That's peak Galleys there. We need to bring back Rooster. Bring back Rooster as a 1v1 map. So padded archer armor and castle age on the way for GGOut there. Cav archers will come around, and they will be just in time to find GGOut making a TC. Fishing ship dock rushes on Water Nomad. But that's really going to change, like, Black Forest fish boomers. Right now, your fish are not going to be as fragile. They'll be able to hop in the docks and shoot arrows. And I think the fishing ships have more upgrades now, so all in all, they're more efficient if you get the upgrades. And that's kind of scary, thinking about how strong those fish booms are already. Want players to fish boom if they take control of the lake. I don't think you're ever going to get fish traps and a big fish boom on Acropolis, because land units are always going to be there to threaten you. So here comes the knights from Gali, and now Gali does have a 5 villager advantage. TC in the middle will give Gali some wood access as the knights will hit the tower. Vil will wall himself in with a fortified church to try to repair the tower. Oh boy. Here I am saying, oh, the knights will take out that tower. No, as a fortified church. That only needs one Vil to build that. They build insanely fast. Fish boom on African clearing. I know. Every time that African clearing is in the team game ladder and I solo queue, it's the only map I ever get. And then I'm like, well, I'll try to fish boom, but then the cav archers come over and disrupt my fish boom. It makes me so sad. I just want to fish boom on African clearing. People gotta always send their cav archers to clean it up. Makes me sad on the inside. Vil's going down. Spear's getting some pokes. Okay, Spear's poking the cav archers away. And the problem is, even if you do a castle on one side of the fish boom, the cav archers just go to the other side of the lake and still destroy your fishing ships and your fish traps. You need to, like, TC and castle sandwich the pond. Yeah, poor GGOut has to do some hamstering this game, but he does have the fortified church. And we'll have the water control now. Problem is going to be these Japanese cav archers. There are so many of them. And they're a difficult unit to counter, especially if you're a stable focused civ like the Georgians usually are. Might have to be ballistics and elite skirm. There's the elite skirm upgrade. Here's ballistics. Where are the skirm? Skirm's hoovering in the middle. Get your skirm emotes in the chat. Old Man Willow knows what to do. A workshop on the way up for GGOut. Workshop with a mangonel in it over here for Gali. Cav archers and knights hoovering around the back of the back. Have a couple of ranges going up, and blacksmith on the way. Now getting some hits on the fires. There's a lot of cav archers on the hill, as the skirms might need to hoover their way over. Good Vil lead for Gali, as he's got 2 TCs to 2 TCs, but had that second TC added in much earlier. Remember when Japanese CA got... I actually, honestly, I never even noticed that until it was removed and people keep telling me about how it was removed. It does sound incredibly strong, though, and I'm glad that they don't have that. Any more? Yeah, the -2 against Skirmisher cancels out the the +2 attack they have. Skirmishers having 0 armor there. Hill's going down. And this is some nice pressure, but more mangonels for Gali. And multiple hills here, where Gali will have the high ground with the Acropolis. Skirm's going down. GGOut, even with the best unit in the game, the Skirmisher, struggling a bit in this fight, losing to some mangonel shots. Mangonel shots coming from all over. Monks healing everything moving forward. At least the Georgians do have good monks, but it is a pretty hefty villager difference now. It's a 15-16 vill lead for Gali. Skirms split as the mangonel gets shot. And we're following the LY Cup. Yeah, I'm gonna cast the Rex of Hera Leary later tonight, after some of the TTL. I haven't really been watching too much of it because it's at it starts at 1 a.m. my time, so not time zone friendly for me. Nice to have another S tier. I feel like S tiers are kind of, I don't know, maybe a bit too standard in the maps they have. Even with some differences in the way that the LY Cups maps are, it feels like they're all kind of similar. Kind of like hybridish water maps. And losing out on some of the variety that we get from closed maps. Cav Archer's coming in to hit the monks. They go down. Cav Archer's splitting. Ooh, taking a mangonel shot. I think that eco lead's starting to really come into play for Gali, as Gali can keep pumping out Cav Archers and continue the push. I mean, you have mangonels destroying a fortified church. That should almost never happen, but here it is, especially a Georgian one. They liked hyper random. I really did enjoy Sudden Disaster. I thought that was crazy seeing sudden death as the game mode. Type of thing we need to be like, you know, careful not to do it too often, but in good doses, sudden death is a great change of pace. And I'd love to have more team game tournaments. We're really lacking in team game events. The only ones we really get are like Rage Forest. Rage Arena was actually really nice last year. Imperial Age on the way for GGOut. Skirm's running around. Gali still fighting. And, well, at least it'll be Imp for GGOut, but so much damage now. Down by 20 vills still. Maybe a few fortified churches would help fortify the eco? But then we're going to run into a wood problem where there isn't much wood left on the top of this Acropolis. I hear we have regicide maps from time to time. Could host a team tournament. I'd like to do another one. If anyone wants to fund a team tournament, I'm open to hosting again. Mangonels hit the Vil. Vil's to run. And Castle going up in the middle of the base for GGOut. But he's now being surrounded completely. He's lost all control of the middle. Gali has all the resources and access to 5 relics if he wants to pick him up. And Mangonels hitting the range. Cav archers and knights continuing to push. Gali Spanish match. That was, I think, I'm forgetting who won in the end of that one. I cast way too many games. You can't ask me about what happened yesterday. Hey, check the VOD, right? It's on YouTube. It's in 4K on YouTube. You did a new ECL 1-year tournament? That takes a long time. I don't know if I'd want to see that format back again. That was appropriate for a time when there was much less going on. So Bracer in that Blacksmith will be denied. Blacksmith goes down to the Mangonels. We have Imp on the way from Gali, as well as Ballistics and now Armor for the Cav Archers. He'll be constructing a castle in the middle, and continuing the push besieging the range. Top the Acropolis, and threatening the skirms even with Mangonels. Mangonels, a unit that can threaten the skirm, the best unit in the game. New players ever fun tournaments themselves, like the winner takes all? Not really. There have been players who have hosted tournaments in the past. It's kind of an awkward situation to do that now, though, because of with the World's Edge policy, that they're the main ones sponsoring tournaments, and they don't let you host an event and play in the event you're hosting if it's funded. So, it's hard to do that type of tournament in the current ecosystem. There's stuff like the Rage Force community sponsor their own events like the Amigo Wars. Well, that's probably a bit different than what you're suggesting. Finland in the ECL was awesome. No more Zoopy, though. No more Zoopy. And there's GG from GGOut, and Gali will go up 2-1. And 63-59 KD. A better KD for GGOut somehow in that game. But military eco too much for Gali. Those Japanese Cav Archers as scary as always. That is now 2-1 for Gali. Okay, chat. We have a problem. Oh, let's see. I'm gonna swap to the game, and I'm gonna show you what this problem is. Okay. So somehow, how did they break this? I don't know. I don't know how they broke this. But now when the game over screen comes up, you can click on this stuff. Like you can see, if I click on this stuff, the HP bars appear. And since this archery range is behind the leave map, oh, I clicked it. I was like, I'm clicking. I was like, I had a problem. I was clicking the range, like the leave game button. I wouldn't leave the game because I was selecting the range. Oh, that took a few attempts for me to be able to leave. All right, let me just get an ad out of the way between the games. And then we'll go to the next one. As they will be queuing up in the lobby. And it'll be Shoals for game number 4. Shoals on the way. Yeah, oh gosh, I'm staring at Twitch real quick as I'm doing this. The Twitch category. You know how people they'll put all caps in their title because they want to stand out? Are there games that put all caps in the name of their Twitch category? So I just saw someone like Age of Empires 2 is capital A, lowercase G, lowercase of, then capital E, lowercase empires, 2, right? Like you might expect a title. I see Battlefield 6 and it's all caps. Are there some video games that like shout at you with their titles to try to grab your attention in the categories? What is this? What is this new Twitch meta? Hello, Liberum? Thanks for casting. Well, thank you for watching. There's no leaving the game. I think maybe alt-tabbing and tabbing back in somehow changed the hitbox, because I was like clicking that button and not leaving the game for a while there. Oh man, I really do need to get a haircut again. It's been a while. I've been casting so much, I haven't had time to run down the street and get a haircut. Oh, hopefully I'll get it by next week. Valorant in all caps. Are there other games that are in all caps? Oh, why does Twitch allow that? Is the camera actually not focused on me? Wait a minute. Wait, why is the camera off? What the heck just happened? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's hitting Control Z as like on my keyboard as like a change scene hotkey. That might, I don't know. Flatch, hello Flatch. Battlefield is all caps officially though. Is that the trick? And hello Travis. Is that the trick to get your game like out there? Name it in all caps. Should I change my name to T West all caps? Like shout my name every time it's out there? Is that how to do it? Flatch in all caps. Shout and flatch to the world. Okay, anyway, Shoals. Shoals will be the map. And Gali will be the blue Armenians to the southwest, GGOut the red Saracens to the northeast. Make it T West AoE all caps. Mist was all caps. What other games are all caps? I guess Doom was all caps back in the day. At least the title screen font. I always spelled that just like the title case though. I know if everyone does all caps, then no one stands out. All kappas. Is it not like a capital M? I guess you could stylize that several ways. I would never spell it with a capital M at the end, though. The DOS Doom streams. Oh gosh, what are those degree symbols in the name? Oh no. That is horrifying. That is absolutely scary. If everyone does all caps, you stand out with a lowercase? No, if everyone does all caps, then what you start doing is you put like spaces between the letters so you have more horizontal space that gets taken up too. Oh, wise turtle with that face, the eyes. Time to invent a new mega caps style of caps. And then what you probably start doing, maybe you go into like Greek letters to stand out. Oh no, 11, don't do it with the exclamation marks. Bold and underlined. Font with a heavier weight. Gosh, flipping the table. Flipping the table. Getting some shrugs in the chat. Oh no, what is this? Oh my gosh, what are y'all doing? Sounds like the old MSN Messenger names. It's like when you're watching TV and the commercials are louder than the show. And you have to use your remote and constantly adjust. That's the worst. You're trying to watch your TV, get your volume all set, and the commercial comes on and it's super loud. Had a bunch of X's between the name. Come full circle back. Like, does Twitch make the ads loud? Oh my gosh, that's just another reason I try to minimize ads. Another reason you can go watch on YouTube. Watch the 4K YouTube stream with no ads. So docks coming up for both players. On this map, I do have a guaranteed fish underneath the sea tower. So you can save that for later, I think. That's usually the strat. Save it for later, so if you get knocked off of water, you have it. There are a bunch of shorefish intermixed throughout the deep fish. Originally, this was an Empire Wars map that only had shorefish. Back in TTL season number 2, we decided that we would make it a standard Dark Age map and thought that the deep fish would make it more interesting than merely shorefish. So I stocked the lake with some tuna. Is this all tuna? Did I use any other fish? Maybe it is all tuna. Should have added some salmon for T90, but it's stocked with tuna. You have to micro your fishing ships, though, to make sure that you are not taking the shorefish, because the deep fish are far more efficient, and there are still quite a few shorefish scattered throughout. This is the GGOut doing the opposite, taking this tuna really quickly. You do have a guaranteed nice fish under the tower if you want to dock it first and dock elsewhere, but does mean you're a bit more at risk of losing your fishing ships underneath that, or without the defense of the sea tower. Does the sea tower have a minimum range? No, it does not. No, it does not. It is a building with modified stats specifically for this map, though. So you do have to check and make sure. Where did I... My lips are drying out and I had some chapstick and I can't figure out where I put it. Those are the eye drops. Also important for not drying out my eyes. Figure out where I put it. Using flag codes. Flag codes don't always render in all situations, so can't rely upon them. So GGOut pushing the deer in. They'll take the deer. And it will be one vil faster up for Gali, who will go double docks under the sea tower for defense. And still only one dock for GGOut. I wonder with the slower build, GGOut maybe with the Saracens might do some type of fancy fast castle with the market. Selling stone should give him the resources to go up. Those fishing ships fairly exposed. I love the mill on a water map. It's the I have no confidence on water play. Yeah, I mean, it's the I will do a market in FC play, maybe. As we don't have the mill for Gali. Gali clearly is going for water. And GGOut with the scout fighting, and there's the market. So Gali's scouting that market, and blacksmith. This is clearly a fast castle play. Saracens will sell the stone, and they will go up no problem. And with a fire galley, it might even keep the fire galley queued inside the dock. But this is why I was saying you might want to not take that fish early on, instead take a far fish. Because imagine GGOut would have a bit less food overall collected, but could have those fishing ships safely under the dock in a few moments with the tower protecting them, rather than out here exposed to the galleys. And hello, Buck Pucker over on YouTube. How you doing? A fire galley here for GGOut. Coming forward. Galleys come over, so try to hit the fishing ships. Fire will chase them away. Water overhaul looks cool. What do you think? I feel like the water overhaul doesn't really do too much, because we already have the fire ship as like a close range melee type ship, if you will. And the boarding ship is kind of like another fire ship. And I don't think it really adds much. And I'm not sure if demos get less important. And I feel like I said this earlier, but I feel like the change where they allow fishing ships to be garrisoned actually makes snowballing water a lot more powerful, because you won't be able to sneak a couple galleys around and snipe off fishing ships. They'll just garrison the docks, and then the defender won't lose anything. So it's nice that they're cleaning up the dock and not having the second page, but I don't think they're really accomplishing much with the changes. Yeah, and shooting arrows from the docks, right? It feels very non-AoE 2. That's something I feel like, I don't know, not initially I don't really feel like I'm a fan of that. We'll have to see how it plays out. But like I said, I'm more worried about it being kind of the opposite of making it less snowbally and ending up making it more snowbally. Now see right here, this is exactly what Gali is doing. Gali realizing, hey, GGOut is up to the castle age, and I'm gonna lose the water to the fire ships. So I'm just going to dive the tower, destroy the fishing ships, and get as much value out of my feudal age ships as I can. In the new balance, in the beta that they have for Thalassocracy, those fishing ships would just garrison in the docks, and GGOut would take no damage. And now, all these fish could potentially go down to the fire ships, but it'd be 4 fishing ships still working for GGOut versus not having any. Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, water isn't that exciting. I can understand them wanting to overhaul it. I just don't see what adding the Hulk does when we already have fires. It's basically the same thing, a short-range ship. I don't get the impression that it's going to make water more interesting. So I know a lot of people don't really like water maps. They think they're kind of boring. And I do definitely have periods where I have my fill of hybrid maps. So here we have all the fish going down for Gali. And that's a situation where all those fish would have been garrisoned, right? So you're not getting the same advantage you get from getting the castle age and getting an advantage on the water. They'd be garrisoned, but they'd be garrisoned and not working versus fishing ships that then would be working for GGOut. So GGOut would have had working fish right now. So GGOut's winning the water would have been winning the water even harder because those fishing ships would be working. Should be holding at least 2 to 3 instead of 5. Maybe, but I mean, you don't usually have more than like 4 fishing ships, right? And even 4 fishing ships can be a big advantage for you. Make more text in the university, make it more decision-based. Maybe. I just don't feel like changing the core unit lines is really accomplishing much. So we have a TC coming up for Gali on the stone. But 2 TCs here for GGOut on both stones, and no one going for the sides yet. We'll have a fortified church and then warrior priests. There are 7 relics on the map, 3 on each side, 1, 2, 3, and then 1 in the very middle of the shallows. If anyone ventures out there to grab that, I will be happy, because that is quite the adventure to grab that relic and walk back. 3 TCs with 7, 8 on food. Yep, well, adding the fishing ships again. Maybe GGOut needs another dock, but should have some decent fish still left. Tiger attacking a villager. Scout runs around. All the Hulk joke the casters will make when players choose to play in green. Oh, nice! Quick wall there. GGOut trapping the scout. Look at the micro, look at the micro. From GGOut. Just AoE 2 things, that was beautiful. Is GGOut or is this the Viper? Hulk smash wall into the wood line. So, 3rd TC now from Gali. Still no one TCing the gold. Just staying at home. This will be a 2nd gold secured by the TC. And GGOut sending some more outposts up. Kind of weird to see GGOut down in score despite having won the water. And being up in Vils. But somehow the Armenian player has 2,000 more resources collected. Almost must have just been a really efficient usage of villagers on land. And having kept a lot of those fishing ships alive for a long time, paid off. Yeah, I guess this is maybe where winning the water doesn't snowball as much, because you could keep the docks up from Gali if the fishing ships are garrisoned, maybe. Grab Vivic. I have no idea. That tournament happens when I'm sleeping, so I have no idea what happened there. Someone migrates 50 villas across the shoals with water contested. Sure, we need to have... are there any rocks? Oh, no rocks really spawn. No big rocks this one. Some demos behind the rocks. One day I want to see someone YOLO 50 villas across the shallows and drop a castle. And have it work out. So, market that was forward for Gali might go down here. GGOut pulling ahead in vills. Also having 5 fishing ships now from having one on the water, but as I said, needs more docks to keep fishing efficiently. And finally, someone moving to the side. Fortified churches is Gali with the warrior priest has picked up 5 relics. And another good usage of the Armenians here will be picking up a 6th relic. And also a 7th relic on the way. Oh gosh, it's going to be 7 to 0 relics. And oh wait, he picked up it's going to be 8-0 relics. Because remember, the Armenians get an extra relic. It's going to be 8-0 relics. Well, we saw GGOut go 5-0 relics on Zong. That is nothing compared to 8-0 relics. There's the 7th. And there has to be one more somewhere. Yeah, there's the 8th. Even getting the relic in the middle. Alright, so as I said, I'd be excited to see someone do that. And Armenians, that is why the Armenians are picked on this map. Not only are they a good water civ, but they are also a warrior priest civ. And now we're going to see the Armenians with 8 relics. They're getting attacked. I was almost attacked by a homeless guy at the garrison. I was walking back from the media market to the hotel, and it was like it's like a 1 block. Some angry homeless guy tried to get money out of me. I was like, I'm an American. I have some American cash on me. It's not going to do you any good if you assault me. He's real angry though. It was not Ornu. Ornu has a home as far as I know. That is not in Germany. He nearly got eaten. How much food would he have on him? Like if Hera would compared to a deer, what would Hera have? I'd say he'd probably have like 85 food on him. If a deer is 140, he'd have 85 food. 50? 50? I think a bit more than that. Zero unless you have the cannibalism tech. We gotta imagine them with cannibal mod, right? That's the thing, right? T90's had the cannibal mod games before. So Imp on the way for both players will be a minute faster for Gali. GGOut somehow has the score lead, but that might disappear as the relics kick in, and Gali already with over 3k more res collected. Half of that's from the relics. I'm playing hyper random. IRL hyper random maybe. So Saracens, remember, they do have faster shooting galleys. I wonder if the market and the uptiming was the entire plan from GGOut. So I feel like winning the water hasn't been that big of a benefit, even now with 8 fishing ships. I feel like 8 relics is more important than 8 fishing ships. Mamluks, though. What do Armenians do against Mamluks? Composite bowmen feel like they should be decent. Fairly decent enough. Usually Mamluks, not much pierce armor. Actually, 0 base pierce armor. So they need the armor techs, but it will only get 4. And I guess composite bowmen ignore that, so... Oh, Mamluk dying to the TC. Same thing every does die. Fost, hello Fost, how you doing? I miss you, I know. I've had a way too busy IRL. I wasn't able to make the trip. Someday I want to go to that again, though. Someday. Looking handsome, thank you, thank you. So here are the Mamluks. Mamluks should usually be good against infantry. These infantry, though, from the Armenians have a lot of hit points. And here comes the spam. Here comes the spam. Can GGOut get enough Mamluks to deal with that? He's going to delete his castle and build it farther back. Gonna queue 1v1s. Well, good luck, Fost. Perfect gameplay from Gali, but now going infantry. Well, perfect to grab all the relics. Maybe not perfect to have lost the water. But there's two-handed swordsman. GGOut up to imp. Is Gali just gonna stay champion? We have the unique tech. What's the unique tech? It's Ferreters. Plus 30 hit points. For the champion line. Mamluke's usually a good counter to champions, though. With the melee damage they do. And the range and the HP they have. Though no bloodlines yet. Chemistry on the way. Champion and arson. I'd usually say that, except for the fact there are going to be Mamlukes to counter that. Okay, castle drop on the right from GGOut. Build count's still pretty similar, but what's that? 5k more res collected for Gali. Here come some trebs for GGOut. Chemistry on the way. The Mamlukes, not much range on them. Trying to deny the castle, but can't quite get close enough to the vills, as they have to dare the castle range. And with double castles, that'll protect the trebs from the Mamlukes. And two-handed swordsman going for one of the trebs. Can this treb path its way out of the golds and survive? It can. Two castles getting shots on all those two-handed swordsmen. They will go down. That's a pretty big loss for Gali. The treb will prevail and get away. Those swordsmen don't yet have all the HP they could get. Treb slowing down slightly, but those swordsmen will go down. Repairs on the way. This castle being repaired. Mamluk number is still not that high though, only 7 of them. This treb in range of the castle, but as long as it's prepared, it's okay. Mamluk's thinking of diving the trebs, but not quite going to be there. Castle goes down, workshop deleted so the treb can deploy. These trebs have to pull back. And there they go. Ooh, just missing. Treb is going for a stroll. Yeah, they nearly won that pathing fight there for GGOut. He does have the castle drop on the right. Does have the Vil lead. But now Gali taking a good score lead with still 8 relics. Maybe you could think about running the relics from that church. But 8 relics feels insane. Is Nilly in TTL? I don't believe so. I don't think Nilly can play in World's Edge sponsored tournaments. Which TTL is. Oh, no bowsaw or horse collar either. At least he has wheelbarrow, but that's compared to handcart. Gali has all the eco upgrades, all the trebs in the world. That's 4 trebs. Should be able to destroy trebs here. He's in the market. Mamluke's going forward to try to pick them off, but there are composite bowmen there to defend. And the castle will kill some Mamlukes. Ooh. Oh wait, they are clumped up now. That bombard cannon. Oh, that bombard cannon. What type of splash do we have? If only that were torsion engines. Trebs need to be repaired. Vils are there to repair. Think trebs will go down here? Ooh, not quite. They're just managing to survive. What is the attack round going to do? Oh, okay. Now that was an attack round. This castle is still being trebbed. Not that many repairs. A few low HP vills. Out of stone now is Gali. Gali needs to buy some. It's in the market. And more trebs for GGOut. Need to be repaired in the back. Double workshop is going to be more cannon production. Vils have to be wary of the mangonel and the gold, and of the tower. Mamluks have to come out over here. Maybe Vils could rush the tower, or a treb could come out. I control with infantry and still win. You think with that res collected difference of now around 10k, 3.5k relic gold, and 8 relics. Maybe there's a world where GGOut destroys this fortified church and grabs 3 relics for himself and makes it only 5-3. Cannon trying to hit the trebs. We'll get a second shot off. Not enough to destroy the treb, though. And the composite bowman pick off the cannon. No gold access for anyone? That's true, but here come the two-handed swordsmen, and they are going to make short work of those trebs. And GGOut will call the GG, losing the trebs. And Gali will take the set 3-1, so well done for Gali. Imagine a Civ that could trade with itself. Imagine Age of Mythology. So 56 to 28 KD for GGOut. But despite the better KD, those were Mamluks being lost. Those were expensive, and the economy did not come through. Water control did not come through. And that'll be GGOut tapping out as Gali takes the win 3-1. 4k relic gold certainly, absolutely helped. Absolutely helped. So 3-1, congrats. And what else is there going on right now? TTL, DanMT versus shiXo are tied 1-1 in game number 3. So let's go cast that. Best of 5, so we'll draw an even set. They're in jungle swap, so DanMT versus shiXo. Let me update my title here on Twitch and on YouTube. Just get an ad out of the way too. Alrighty then. shiXo's a mana culture picking Cyan as a color. Now I don't have to suffer those maps, at least take you back to Stronghold Frenzy. I know, get some good clown maps. Not those water maps. So it'll be game number 3, it's tied 1-1. And shiXo will be playing as the Cyan Chinese, and DanMT will be playing as the Red Spanish, already docking the middle. So another Fire Galley and small pond map. And here we go. So tied 1-1. They were about 10 minutes plus into the game when I saw it. And scouts will trade off against each other. There's a bit of a demo. And looks like shiXo will clean the fishing ships that were out on the water. It's hyper random already. And yeah, I don't know if you realize GGOut, but the Armenian warrior priests collected 8 relics on that map. Hyper random could have been even more random. I do agree with that. I feel like the first master of hyper random had a bit more randomness to it than the previous two. But I think there was a good attempt made to have the map feel fair. But I feel like that Doubt MBL match was determined a lot by Civ matchups, where MBL kind of used his restarts a couple of times and got a worse Civ matchup afterwards. So both these players around 2K2. Didn't check any of the maps beforehand. Yeah, the relic positions on that one should be very well balanced. I spent last season, I didn't have the tools that I have now, but I didn't overhaul it. The maps for this season are going to be interesting, but I need to convince T90 not to have as many hybrid maps. Maybe to do more closed maps. This is when we have Acropolis and Jungle Swamp, they all have the same fish setup in the middle. If you go Fire Galleys, that gets old real fast. The ones with Ram Siege Tower starts? Yeah, I agree with that. Those are pretty cool. Where the heck did I put the... Told myself I was going to find where I put my chapstick and I didn't. Oh well. I'll remember to do that between games and find another one. So we'll have Castle Age on the way for both players. And so I have this set. I think there's another TTL set. Stark's playing at 22 GMT. And then I also want to go through the Rex of Hera versus Leary from today. I might fast forward through them a bit, but I would like to get a bit of a cast for them. Like I said, I'm going to try to cast some Rex from the LY Cup. I'm not going to do everything because it starts at 1 AM my time. And there are other events like TTL and Stronghold Frenzy I want to cast too. So I'll try to get more coverage of everything. A nice usage of the fishing ship here to block fire for his Fire Galley. And that'll enable shiXo to win that fight. Another Fire Galley on the way out. Both players doing their own Fire Galleys there. Will the dock go down fast enough that it doesn't pop out? I don't think so. I don't think so, but it will take more HP damage. Yeah, that won't even be close. It'll get out. And stone walls, full stone walls from DanMT. Oh, the full Ornu strategy. Ornu would be proud. 10 TC starts, starting with 100 villas, TCs on fire start, etc. Yeah, some maybe more extreme random stuff. That could be fun. Hello, Martin. Love stone walls, indeed. Everyone loves stone walls. Gotta love stone walls. And he's even buying more stone. Doesn't have enough. Does not have enough. I remember, I think it was, I played a 2v2 with Ornlu. I think he was matched up against Uzi once on the ladder. He went fast castle, the map was arena, into a university and fortified walls to stave off the aggression, and it actually worked. It actually worked. Crossbow Bodkin, gold mining on the way. Crossbows can come forward and reinforce the middle. 200 HP left on that dock. TC going up. Needs to work at some point if you do it all the time. Not necessarily. I think if you delete your 3 starting vills and your TC and your scout, that'll never work. Oh, Sato, thank you very much for the raid. Oh, shiXo running his crossbows right into the castle, and it'll be conquistadors for the Spanish player. We'll make a house in Caterpillar and Smiley. Thanks for filling the chat with some smiles. Hope you had a good stream. And we're into the thick of TTL. shiXo versus DanMT, tied 1-1. And we have Chinese versus Spanish. shiXo as the Chinese, a better economy. But now it's time for the Spanish player to start pumping out the conquistadors. If your opponent disconnects though, then deleting everything will surely work. If they disconnect before you delete everything, then sure, then deleting everything could be a strat. Leather archer armor on the way. You never know, maybe if you use safe delete, the devs might break something and clicking yes to delete might insta-win you the game. Oh, some Stitch emotes. So ballistics and padded archer armor for shiXo on 2 TCs. A third though for DanMT just being added. And still a fishing ship here working for Dan. Managing to find a way to add it in. That dock will be used as cover, so shiXo should win this fire galley fight too. Hide behind your own dock for cover. There he goes. Here's ballistics and town watch on the way.
Presto.
And we'll have an outpost coming up here for Dan. You can't miss Stitch movies. Conk's still hoovering around down here. What's Dan trying to accomplish down here, though? Maybe he's just looking and checking if shiXo tried to come out for hunt. But no, shiXo fully walled and doing more TCs at home, securing the gold. Might over-chop on one side, but the Conk's not finding anything to kill down here. Maybe he's just really trying to avoid the crossbows. But now that is shiXo winning on the water, we'll add in more fishing ships again. Not much HP left on the dock, but enough to fish. Real-life animated version of Oh my gosh, are there versions like that now? Oh, that sounds scary. That does sound scary. So that's a lot of crossbows and a lot of conks, though. Tower going up. Do the conks just take this fight here? Crossbows going down, but then so are some conks. Ballistics in for the ballistics is in for the crossbows. Tower goes up, but overall, I think that was probably a good fight for shiXo. Oh gosh, there are more crossbows over here. And the conks ran straight into them, and they will be taken out. So great lead now for shiXo. 21-2 military. Only down by 7 vills. Can make up for some of that by the fish. Up in res collected. Walled out the green terrain. kept the dirty terrain inside. I think there's a bit of green terrain if I look at the minimap that got past the wall, but by and large, you're right. You walled out the green terrain. Ooh, that's a good mangonel shot. Boom. Now shiXo continuing to pump crossbows, and just crossbows, nothing else. He's got one spear and a couple of fires left over. Otherwise, it's crossbows. Crossbows and vills. While 3 TC booming. Trying to get caught up in vill numbers. Still needs bow saw. Only has double bit axe. Be lovely for him to squeeze in. So that's the hard thing. Realizing when you need to do your eco upgrades, you get carried away with booming and forget to check them. Crossbows coming forward. Mangonel will shoot over the top of them. Other Mangonel shoots over them too. Crossbows will try to shoot the conks. Have to split up a bit. Conks now going down. As house goes down, is this open? Oh, there's one tree there, one acacia tree. Only one house is what stands in the way of these crossbows and entry. And Dan not reacting to the houses going down. He's doing wheelbarrow. Definitely far ahead in eco upgrades, but wheelbarrow coming in now for shiXo too. Stonewall OP. Let's see, do we have players who are housed? Both of them kind of near their housing limits. Both of them needing more houses. shiXo going for a 4th TC. Okay, 4 TC boom on what is usually a fairly open map. And whatever happened there, the crossbows ran away, didn't push through. I was trying to re-wall a bit. And lots of stuff now for shiXo to be paying attention to. Needs to manage his eco, needs to keep the pressure up. Maybe missed an opportunity to grab a couple of vills, especially with the ballistics he has. And castle on one side, towers on the other, still very well defended at home. And Saber Turbo, thank you for the follow. We're climbing, we're so close to 14k followers. Hopefully we hit that, maybe by the end of the month. Then we aim for like 15k by the end of the year. And we should hit 30k on YouTube by the end of the year, but I really need to grind some YouTube content for that. Mangonel's going for the outpost. If 15k subs, I mean, we're if you use the word sub as in YouTube subs, we're almost at 30k subs. I mean, if you ever had 30k subs on Twitch, that'd be insane. Imagine that, if literally everyone who followed on YouTube subbed on Twitch. The knight's hitting the Mangonels. Mangonel's going down. Down they go. Nice pick from shiXo. He's up to Imp. Not as fast as Dan, though. Dan up to Imp around 90 seconds faster. I'll be getting a couple of ranges at home along with that castle. It's up to the biggest Twitch channels. I mean, it's very, like, top-heavy, right? Like, the vast majority of people on Twitch are streaming to, like, you know, single-digit viewers. I mean, even this channel, right? It's not like, you know, we have a few hundred subs. And when we peak, right, we're at, like, 100 consistent, like, for the Partner Plus counting. And then you get gifts and primes on top of that for, you know, 50 to 100 a month. And this is still, like, the top 1% of channels, right? On Twitch. Yeah, a small handful of people at the top. But, you know, it's like that pretty much anything in life. Okay, this is a good raid, and this is a Doubt Castle. Oh my gosh, that castle. A Mangonel shot comes in, but this is a ton of dead vills. Imp is finished, but so is the economy. As that's now 27-9 on the Vill KD. Now no army, trying to defend using walls. And those crossbows could get trapped against the edge of the map. But with some micro, should be able to take out the Mangonel. As long as they split and dodge and avoid shots properly. There they go. It's another skirm going down. There'll be skirms and a Mangonel. Ooh, Mangonel hitting the crossbows. There we go, that's a nice splatter on them. Crossbow's finally cleaned up, but shiXo bought himself time to get up. And somehow Dan, despite that huge raid, is up in score. Up in score. I have Ring Archer armor on the way. The castle going up for shiXo. Working up. Oh, that is a lot of. That's a lot of ranges. That'll be Bracer, then Chemistry, and Arb. For pretty darn soon for shiXo. Needs a bit more gold for R, but almost there. Biggest channel on Twitch seems to have 500,000 subs. Right, there's not going to be many channels that have that, right? Not going to be even close to many. Fear of the Dark Age. I love that name. Fear of the Dark Age. Oh, the Lutron. The Lutron. That's like that's the catapult cannon galleon replacement. Gonna pop out in the middle. I mean, why not? shiXo takes the score lead. He's adding in more techs. Still needs to click Arbalest. But there he goes. That thing is big. It's got a mini traction treb on the front. We're using the traction treb graphics, shrinking them down a bit and putting them on a ship. And oh gosh, what is that shot? Bunch of arrows. Yeah, it shoots differently at buildings versus units. Isn't as effective against units, I think. But oh yeah, look at the skirms taking a volley. Down they all go. How do robots eat pizza? Do robots even eat pizza? Do they? Oh, I would think robots wouldn't need to eat. Oh, the one bite at a time. Okay. Yeah, I guess they take a few nibbles and then a few bites. Yeah. A bite is 8 bits. Nibble is 4 bits. As long as they don't use a fork, though, then I'm fine. That's just blasphemous, eating pizza with a fork. I think that's what they do over in Chicago, where Ornley was. I feel bad for the guy. So husbandry and bloodlines on the way for Dan. Score's still really close. Civil count's still really close. Skill barding and husbandry coming in. Crossbows take out the monk. We'll have another TC coming up here for shiXo. With the forward castle from Dan, looking to drop on that TC. Does he have scouting? He doesn't know the TC's there. He just wants to secure the stone. And he also doesn't know about those light cav lingering in the darkness. He will send a village forward, but perhaps to their deaths if the light cav find them. And here come the light cav. Ready to find exactly something like this. They're going to have to stay near that castle for the moment. Don't want to expose themselves too much. And run back. So nice use of the light cav from shiXo. We'll get the Minganel and force the Vills back for the moment. Playing fairly low army. That's true, 130 Vills for each. Similar army counts, 2-man saw. Now shiXo not lacking eco upgrades anymore. Same can be said for both players. The only thing they will be lacking is 2-man saw for DanMT as the Spanish. And maybe running out of map control and wood access. I mean, probably wouldn't be that bad of an idea to plop a castle down here rather than out here. Then get some wood and you can move to the stone and gold up here. We have shiXo expanding in this direction. And hand cannoneers, skirmishers, and vills. There is supremacy. So when supremacy comes in, Spanish, remember, they build the castles faster. All buildings 20% faster. Or no, 30% faster. I'm sorry, 30% faster. Let me make sure I get my details correct. And this will be a castle dropped on the TC. And with supremacy and faster building, the vills are 80 hit points, 3/4 armor. They are very well adept at constructing anything. Towers, castles. Spanish bombard towers can be scary too. We don't know Dan's elo. I have no idea why the dashboard sometimes displays the elo or not, or a capture age displays it or not. I don't know. I don't know. I've never actually played around with where it comes from. I know there's an API somewhere I can access it. I'll have to do some experiments on my own time at some point. Yeah, so that's the light cav. Down they go. There's hoardings, masonry, forging, and plate barding armor on the way. Skirroom is taken by the castle. Taken by the light cap. I feel like shiXo with double castle Treb production should win this fight. Hoarding's on the way. Hoarding's is nice for hit points. I think you probably want to do your university techs too. And not compete with Treb time. DanMT floating a lot of res, but needs to spend it somehow. Going for Hussars, but we'll be doing that straight into Fire Lancers. Treb's going for the castle. Castle loaded with hand cannoneers, but Trebs look like they're going to make short work of that, and the TC next to it will go down to the castle first, though. Alright, so there goes the castle. DanMT takes the score lead. I feel like shiXo has always been consistently ahead. 1.5k res collected. There's architecture on the way, as I suggested. Masonry for shiXo too. All the text but no units. 48 to 22 units definitely feels better for the 22. I mean, for the 48 against the 22. Oh gosh, look at the spread on those projectiles. Now, both players getting close to the pop cap. DanMT may be overbooming on bills. Needs to spend the resources. Getting out of the castle. These units don't control much map. No War Gali ever was added for shiXo. You would think shiXo at some point would want War Gali and repairs on the dock, but that always conflicts with his other priorities. Here is Halb to complement the Fire Lancers. Castle over here in the south goes down. Hussars come forward. If we're played before this set, I think he definitely has some experience. There finally is that Arbalest upgrade. I thought that would be one of the first things shiXo clicked, but no, not necessarily. Contentious for Bracer and Chemistry. Hussar raids coming forward. Good for a new player. Definitely not a new player. In the north, some Hussar raids. Hussar raids from Dan. Getting on bills. Dan up to 161 bills. And that might just be a bit of an overgrown from him. Especially if he's not going to be moving out taking gold. I think Dan really would love to move out. Oh, he didn't scout that gold. He didn't scout that gold. I was going to say he'd love to go out and take that had he scouted it, but he didn't scout it. Doubting the new player? Don't gotta doubt. Never doubt. Here come Halbs and Elite Fire Lancer protecting Trebs. 3 Trebs to come forward, maybe besiege the castle. There are a ton of stables here, 7 stables in here alone for that screen for DanMT. He's pouring in, hitting the vills on the gold. shiXo is still mining gold in the south, it would look like. His Blast Furnace and Cavalier on the way for shiXo. 161 Overboom. Ornlu might have something to say about that. Ornlu might be the one who does that sometimes. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. Castle gonna get some hits on the Hussars. Hussars have to run around. Ornlu Overboom. Never. Hello, Munda Bear. Space for 40 more. Gotta, overboom, then maybe delete. Or, I mean, you're a Spanish. You could overboom and send the vills forward to fight. You could just go pure vill, but he's getting pushed back by shiXo now. The res collect is still very similar, as is the KD. But cannons come forward, and the cannons, ooh, can they destroy the Trebs? Will the castle go down? Will it stay up? Where are the cannon going? Cannon need to volley and thunder on those Trebs. Going for the Arbs first, a decent shot. But the Trebs are crucial for the timing on the castle. Arbs trying to keep the cannon away. If you run that way, maybe they'd have a better shot. Castle desperately being repaired. Here comes some Hussars. Ooh, Halbs all go down in a line. And here come the Hussars forward. Have to fight the Halbs, but if they can provide anything of a shield, that'll allow the cannon to destroy the Trebs. And the castle goes down. Just goes down. Ooh, maybe DanMT needed to be more aggressive with the cannon there. There's only one Treb. That's a trade I'm sure shiXo will be happy to take. As here come the Cavalier. The Cavalier pouring in. And DanMT with 60 Vills has to try to hold this. The Vills take a long time to go down with chemistry, but Paladin still will win this area, it looks like. Some Vills going down to Paladins, more raids coming forward, more Halbs forward. Some Halbs do need to stay back maybe to defend the Trebs. Trebs have gotten some good damage in. There's Guard Tower. Still hoping for a Monk to come and convert the Guard Tower. That might just be the dream. There's Dan spending all his gold and not an army. I think part of it's at the market. And looks like selling food, buying stone. The towers. Almost got imp resources for a second time. Trebs, this was one passage, very narrow. Trebs having trouble pathing in and out. And maybe enough Hussars come forward and they can hit the Trebs. This is a red wall from DanMT, not a wall from shiXo. shiXo, now that the castle is done, has to go repair the Trebs. Trebs are all fairly low, and there are cannon shooting at the Trebs as they're being repaired. Hussars are there. There are murder holes in, no murder holes for shiXo. Two Trebs remain, but cannon in the back still dealing damage. So this back line of two castles will be hard to push. Hussar is now coming forward for Dan. He's making a big group of Hussars. 82 on food now. And he is ready to spam Hussars. Spam Hussars. Castle going up. Fire Lancer and Halb versus Hussar. Cav goes down. 80 on food for about 10 minutes though. Maybe he's just been spending it on upgrades to keep on the way. Hussars moving down here. Running to Halbs though. Not quite able to pick off the Treb. That was a 15 HP Treb. The Hussar turned around. 3 hits probably would have done it. Maybe more than that. They had 9 attack. I forget if other stuff is cancelled too. Light Cav going down. Hussars keep hovering around a bit. Hand Cannoneers come forward, try to take out the Halbs. Halbs going down. Cannoneers come forward. We have Blast Furnace and Scale Mail Armor on the way. Halbs going down to the Hand Cannoneers. Hand Cannoneers have to run. Let's take out the Hand Cannoneers. What's going on up here? Fire Lancers taking out the Hussars. Grub coming forward. We have Blast Furnace and Pikemen on the way. I mean, those scores are still so close. DanMT down to 130 Vills. That's a healthier number maybe than 160. 110 for shiXo. Both are around the number of Vills you usually have late game. So much easier for the Supremacy player, though, not to lose Vills to raids. Now the castles defend the farming eco. Looks like there's a hole in the wall over here that will be patched up. Blast Furnace, Halb, Squires. Oh, Trebs going down to Light Cav. shiXo there with the Light Cav. He picks off 3 Trebs. Trying to keep his own Trebs alive. Hussars are there. And that will be 1 Treb down. A Treb pops out of the castle at the wrong time. Hussar's here getting some raids from Dan. He's at least getting some return pressure. Chainmail armor on the way. Still kind of hard for either player to push. Battering rams for shiXo. I need to add in maybe capped ram and push. Chinese should have siege ram, right? They didn't change that. Treb coming forward. And we'll have Hussars coming forward. Halb's gonna poke them down. Castle getting some kills on the Hussars. Hussars dying. Cannon coming forward for DanMT. Down goes that raid. Man, I feel like shiXo's had this game in the bag for a long time, but Dan's doing a great job of holding. Trying to wait for shiXo to make some type of mistake so we can make a comeback. Ram's pushing houses, Treb deploying on the castle. In the north, Halb's fighting the light cav. Cannon are there. Oh, look at that. Now that was a good fight for Dan. And Dan, with that fight, and with 4 cannon, can think about maybe taking the castle. Has to be careful not to run the cannon into the castle, but he's good right there. Lots of repair vills from shiXo as shiXo keeps pushing in the south. Arbs to take out the hand cannoneers. Fortified wall and plate mail armor for Dan, trying to do all the techs. We'll get some gold from them, I guess. Rams keep pushing forward. Treb goes for the castle. There's a fortified wall. So they'll all go down. Terz on that castle still. Dan doing an incredible job of holding despite being picked off here and there by all the raids. And he even does manage to clear the castle in the north, but Light Cav will try to pick off the Trebs now. Not quite able under all the keep and castle fire, though. Hussars come forward, Halbs have to poke them back. And this castle, 2 Trebs there, not enough repair vills, only 8 repair vills. Need more to repair it, and Dan's gonna have to buy stone. There he goes, buying it in time. But there's nothing that can take out the Trebs. A cannon coming over, but not gonna be in time to save the castle. And the Trebs can go now for the TC maybe, go for more towers, work their way towards this castle. Workshop in the north, maybe more rams up here. Hills on the tower. Halb's over here poking everything down, poking the vills, killing the vills. And still 60 on food and a lot of wood and food floated for Dan as Dan takes the score lead. And it feels like, is Dan pushing back? Is he doing this? Now the Spanish get all 3 trash lines fully upgraded. The Chinese will get full upgrades aside from the Hussar upgrade on their scouts. Farms will last longer though. So I guess Hussars makes this slightly better for the Spanish. Need some China stuff after this game. Spanish late game owns only Civ get fully upgraded Halb, Skirm, and Hussar. Yeah, Spanish get fully upgraded trash and also all the blacksmith techs. So this is kind of crazy. Still Dan somehow holding. shiXo retaking the score lead, flipping back and forth. There were so many times I felt like shiXo was about to get a good push, but Dan just held on. He's been holding. And thank you, Sheist420 for the follow. And also Mauricio earlier, if I didn't read that, thank you for the follow. Albin Ram pushing the north, Rams going for the keep. Ram push, that was a lot of HP on the keep. Feels maybe a bit weaker than normal, but I guess that's the siege engineers normally would apply to Rams, if I'm not mistaken. Gives them more bonus versus buildings. Are they gonna play 124 rounds? Just a best of 5 between them. I'm gonna say yes to that because that would be crazy if we had 124 rounds between Dan and shiXo. $124 best of 5s. Could go 5 games for all of them. Oh, look at that capped ram. See, this is why you need rams against buildings late game. They get through like nothing else does. Sar's Arb skirms all over here. That's a weak wall, but that's also a palisade. Oh, palisade. Best of 124 next time. Best of 21s, I think, are the sweet spot for like serious AoE too. Alright, let's go for the TC. And, okay, shiXo maybe losing some ground to the cannon in the north while he is pushing to the south-southwest, getting some raids in. Bills go down. And despite all the raids, shiXo just can't seem to kill Dan, and Dan now pushing in the north. Will have a very scant supply of gold for both of them. 2 relics in favor of Dan. Still has a light calf hoovering all through his eco. Remember when he had 160 vills? Well, 121 vill kills, and he's down under 3 digits. Also housed slightly. He's housed. Need some houses now. Bills need to build some houses up here. So at the front, here come the... Oh, Demo's on the cannons! Demo's on the cannons! And he gets 2 of them and gets some hand cannons. Alright, that last demo didn't explode at the right time. But oh, that was a clutch pair of demos. And now the Fire Lancers will try to get into melee distance, take out the hand cannoneers. A value there. And 1 cannon left, Fire Lancer. Could probably try to chase it down. Arson for Dan. As shiXo retakes the score lead. Whew. We're only in 75 minutes into this game here. I might even have to end after this set. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'm pretty tired now. We're 4 hours into the stream. I wanted to cast Terra Liri, but this is maybe dragging on a bit. And I think literally everyone else who streamed has casted that today. Arbs in the ball, but these Arbs are going to go down. These Arbs are going to go down to the Hussars. The Hussars have arrived. Hussars have arrived. And the Arbs will be slaughtered. And there goes Skirm and Handkin coming over. Let me get myself some more water here. Oof, and if it does come down to a wood game, there's still a lot of wood left on the map. shiXo a bit open here to raiding. Tower here. Supremacy Vills, hard to raid. This is where the Spanish can excel with access to all the trash, all the upgrades, and also the harder to raid Vills. Close to being done, 20 Arbs get butchered. Yep. Now that's what happens. Your arbs get out of position, they get butchered, and then they're hard to replace. Save-wise, I do think I'd favor the Spanish here. Not only the fully upgraded trash lines, but also the Supremacy Vills. Which, I mean, if you're getting raided and constantly needing to defend, it does matter. But he's down to 87 Vills, needs to queue more. He does have the queues filled. Sometimes you can run out of... in a Palisade wall to stop raids. You can run out of population on Vills because you can't queue them fast enough compared to the army you're queuing. Need to manage your queues carefully. So this is where a food economy starts to be measured in number of hussars you have queued. And that's more food probably for Dan, just due to having more hussars queued. 10 to 16. Oh my gosh, this could be 2 destroyed Trebs though. They're not walled, they don't have halbs near them. I like how we're gonna run right in. Treb will get another shot on that workshop, but the workshop doesn't even get cleaned. A Wallingville. If walls had been up, that'd be one thing, but they weren't. Halbs come to apply some pokes, apply more pressure. Oh yeah, Supremacy Vills have been in for a long time. They've been in, I don't even know when that happened. It's an hour 20 into the game. I'm getting delirious just casting it. Scores are flipping back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, over and over. Fire Lancers don't take bonus damage from the skirms. And with all those halbs, shiXo will push the hussars back. And maybe Dan needs to think about doing his own halb. Does he have that upgrade? I think he does. Yes, he does. Halb, elite skirm, hussar, all of the black techs. Yep. I like some 3-hour grindy games. I do too. They're a lot of fun to play. I'm getting hungry though. I need to. 4 hours in, I need to eat some dinner soon. I just had lunch before casting. Now all the casting's making me hungry. Helm's here for shiXo, still holding. I do still feel like the Spanish are slight edge in Civ here. Slight edge in the Civ. I need like a 7th inning stretch in the middle of the game. Okay, usually it's a little after an hour 30 into the game that the in-game soundtrack will loop and start repeating itself. So let's listen to that for that soon. No more gold on the map, Hagbitter. There was gold earlier, but no more. There's still wood, though. Wood is important. Maybe there's like a tile or so of gold we won't see somewhere. But alright, nice raid from Dan here, getting on the Vills to the east by this wood line. We'll have 71 on food versus 55. I feel like that set up a bit more than for shiXo with all those Vills on the food. But he will be losing Vills on this wood line. Oh no. More hussar raids coming forward. Oh, and what is this? This is a big wall. Big wall from DanMT. We'll try to stop raids coming into this corner and keep walling up. Take it to the max. Take it to the max as it wants to be taken out to the ball game. That is the max, right? Played Chimera Bulgarians 2 years ago. Having ballistas and a choke, and enemy was spamming horses into it. Was sure you'd win, but enemy somehow figured out he doesn't have to spam his horses into your allies after 3 hours. Or 3 IRL hours. Yeah, one of my longest games was a Byzantine's Mirror on Oasis. That was a lot of trash spam. It feels like Dan now getting better raids. Better raids. He is up in resources collected. As that exposed trebuchet the hussars could try to go for, but I think they're more interested in Vil picks and slight eco damages here. So you get 66 Vils on farms versus 80. That's a big difference. Another Treb here. No on HP. Owls pick out the Late Cav. Ooh, I don't even know what the potential final maps are, but this is only game 3. We need 2 more games between these two. Scout goes down. And Cannoneers. And Cannoneers against all the light cav. Interesting choice. The cav taking out the hand cannoneers. The numbers are dwindling. Oh, there's a cannon here, a big cannon. Feels like shiXo is pushing back. And look at that KD, 1,000 to 960. That is very even. 7k res collected even that much when you're 150k res at least for both. Played a 7-hour in-game time FFA game a few weeks ago. Deathball of Mamluks and Grenade. The Mamluks will do that too now that skirms don't have bonus damage against them anymore. As that's a change I never really liked. Now the Mamluks can really deathball. 7 hours. Yeah, 7 hours. Age can go longer. That's another thing about the water change. Now that your trade cogs can collect wood, those games might never end. Imagine Team Islands where both teams having full trade in the back with wood income. That's never gonna end, is it? At least with trade, like, on a land map, it's only gold and you have market prices and whatnot. Even the Bengalis' food runs you out. But when Fattorias come involved on Team Islands, is bad enough already. Dock trade too. Oh boy. Just one more game and then you don't have a sleep schedule anymore. So scores flipping back and forth. shiXo on top now. And dropping a bit in pop. Needs to let his Qs run. He has a Cannon Galleon queued. Alright, Cannon Galleon time. To the Spanish, they have Elite Cannon Galleon. They have Shipwright. Oh, they have Dock Techs to do. And Monk Techs, but there's a Cannon Galleon. Can go for the stable and hit buildings around here. Hello, Arbase. They are going along, yes. Good evening, Arbase. You're 90 minutes into the game, and I don't know if there's any signs of it ending soon. Scores are still really close. I feel like Dan has slightly gotten the lead now, and has done what he needs to do to make sure that shiXo can't raid with impunity. However, it is just palisade walls here and there, and those light cav will probably get in. Another middle going up. And I think we'd love to get another castle in these farms, maybe prevent some of the raiding. Here comes the ram. Doing the math? I am. An hour 30 is 90 minutes. So ram getting through the palisades. Now it's taking out the light cav. You're gonna need to do an ad after this one. Yeah, the game is 1.7x, yes. But this here is the in-game time at the top. And will this be a wood game? It could be. I mean, both players mostly finishing the wood in the backs of their bases. Despite a few raids here and there. All the wood now moves towards the middle. Cannon Galleon for the water control for the Spanish could actually be safe if it starts to become a wood game. Look how fast that projectile is compared to other Cannon Galleons that are slow. I think they changed it though a bit, so other ones are a bit faster now. Another raid coming in, so let me know in the chat, who do you favorite here, chat? Who do you actually favorite? This is still like an action-packed 200 pop game from both of them. Despite all the raids, they can't actually finish each other off. 1 second is 1.7 seconds in game, yes. You like the Spanish? You thought Dan was dead already now. What should you say? I don't even know how this is going to end. I thought both players were dead at different points, but they go back and forth. Dan's starting to pull ahead and score. Is 2K score really mattering at this point? Maybe a bit? He's starting to pull slightly ahead in the KD. Lots of halbs here to fight the light cav. Not as many halbs for shiXo. Might have had the worst composition there. He's pushing the other side, though. One player pushes one area, the other pushes back in another area, and this will be a destroyed Treb. Here goes more of that gold down the drain for Dan. Especially if that cannon goes down. Don't think it will, though. Yeah, not able to finish it off with the Spanish villas. They make it all the more difficult for shiXo to win. And makes it much easier for Dan to defend against the raids. The shiXo raid not doing as much damage as they would against villas from other civs. Yeah, holy eco KD, 166 to 214. And is this Dan slowly overrunning the outside of shiXo's defenses? I mean, shiXo is maybe pushing slightly on the north, but he's getting cleaned up. Ooh, Skirm's taking the halves, taking the vills, taking everything. Light Cav still pushing for shiXo, but he no longer has a big queue of Light Cav. Huge Light Cav queue here, 23, plus all the food for Dan. Alps and Hussars running around. Vill's going down. Ken Gallion still going for the raid. We have a pause. We have a pause. We have "sec please" in all caps from Dan. Oh, pause. Yes. Show you the message. "Sec please." He needs a second. So probably a bathroom pause. You can see the nice queue of units we have here. Look at that beauty and global queue. This live, yes, crash test dummy. That's why we're waiting for the pause. shiXo's like, why? Why pause? Noodle time? I mean, to be fair, I mean, you're 90 minutes into a game. You're fair to pause then, I think. Something we should probably add in handbooks in the future, like excessively long games, maybe have a built-in pause. Maybe at the 90-minute mark, and then at the 30-minute mark of every hour after that. I think that's fair. Is Dan dominating? I would say I still favor Dan's position here. I mean, they both kind of lack map space at this point. Ooh, let's see, 5:30 p.m. Yeah, it's almost dinner time for me. I think this set will be the last thing I cast tonight. I don't think I'm going to get to the Rex. This has been one heck of a game for us.
Start the game already!
Oh, there we go. TY 14-14. Let's go. Let's go. Best of 5. Yes, they have at least one more game after this. We're not going to be done after this. Don't you worry about that. We'll probably end up casting 5 hours then. Tied 1-1. And Halb's fighting on the side. Started casting LY at 7 this morning. It's almost midnight now. Oh, yeah. Didn't GGOut say that earlier, shiXo? Or no, Ween Dinchester said that. shiXo was casting for 12 hours and then playing the games. Well, he's certainly getting his money's worth out of this one. Some hand cannoneers for Dan. Dan's starting to add capped ram. Do the Spanish have siege ram? Yes, they do. No siege engineers, but they will have siege ram. 16 Hussars queued. shiXo struggling to stay at 200 pop as well as Dan is, but needs his queue to be producing. Light Cav running forward, Halb's coming around. They'll be taking out the Hussars as things slow down. On Twitch. He's not casting 12 hours at the event and then playing. That would be crazy, but... So siege ram for Dan. Still maintaining that score lead. He's raiding vills. Oh, the Hussars getting a good raid. Oh, the Supremacy vills destroying a Treb. Oh, Supremacy vills is Dan taking maybe a bigger score lead now, up 3k. pulling ahead slowly but surely in KD. And in what city? I have no idea where in China it is. I'm not familiar enough with Chinese cities to have meaning associated with it, even if I did know. Is it Beijing? I know that they've had lands in China in other places before too. I'm not exactly sure where though it is this time. So it feels like Dan has more map control, right? A bit more map control. Wood's starting to get low. Dan were to come out here, he'd slaughter another 10 vills. And down to 81 vills is shiXo. And still 3, almost 4k score down now. 3,000 wood he's floating. Here come a couple of rams for shiXo. Maybe he could push through here. But I think Dan's gonna hold. I think slowly but surely he's continuing to push. Range goes down. There's a lot of hussars popping in the stables, but now it's 137 pop for shiXo, and I think shiXo his eco is collapsing. His eco is collapsing, the vills are going down to the hussar raids, and finally Dan is breaking through and hitting the eco. shiXo down to 68 vills, 139 pop. Spamming trash units, and he will have a lot of wood to do that, but no replacement wood as it's spent, only 9 vills on wood. Still 57 farmers. I think the hussars are doing it. Yeah, he's slowly but surely, Dan is taking the lead. shiXo trying to keep everything queued. His military numbers are dropping too now. There's still more military than Dan. Dan can keep running and spamming a lot more easily now. Every fight that Dan takes, it's not like a huge win for shiXo. It is good for Dan. Yeah, Dan can. Now if we keep going up, more barracks forward. And here come the siege rams. Siege rams for dealing with buildings. Now shiXo queuing more vills back up to 74. 69 military for both, nice. Our vills going down though over here. A couple of rams trying to clear the workshop, so let's go down. I think the ram goes down first. 47 HP. Yeah, ram goes down. Some vills being raided. Somehow shiXo adding pop despite all these fights. Halb's getting in the rams. I really need to go for that castle there. Taking the castle out will open this area up more. Where are the rams padding? Padding to the halbs. 2 militia. Did anyone have militia? 3. Oh, he's queuing more militia. That's gotta be hockey air. Rams for Dan. Dan coming forward with more towers. Not gonna go for the castle. Gonna unleash the halbs. Okay, another attempted raid here on the west from shiXo. 4k score difference now in favor of Dan. Not quite at ACCM territory. The Rams got in. Looks like they got rewalled. Ram shot that path, said Gandalf. That's a good one. That's a good one. So 154 pop for shiXo, still trying to recover. From the hussars getting another raid on some more vills. Halb's trying to chase. But 86 on food. shiXo struggling here. Dan still at a good population. Able to pump out units to repel the raids even. Has some help from that keep. Hubs all going down. Let's take out the Fire Lancer. Why is he still in? He's still holding. I mean, he's not dead yet. He sees the Rams, he can push them back with Halbs. Down 50 Vils, but he's hoping his military holds and he can restabilize. These Hussars getting a nice raid in the back though, idling those 2 TCs. As long as he has res to pump units, he's gonna hope there's a way. Yeah, 1 relic difference at this point, over 2k gold. In favor of Dan, who already is the Spanish and again has Hussar over the only light cav for the Chinese. Wait, and there's the GG he calls it, and DanMT goes up 2-1. We saw a way mirror earlier, our base. And oof. Alright, 1,651 kills to 1,539. 60 to 79 buildings, 1 conversion. Better eco for Dan, that was even still kind of close until the end, for a while at least. And alright, there were points in the game where it felt maybe early on shiXo was pushing, but could never really recover. Oof, alright. Wrong scene there you go. Oof. Alright, I need to run to the bathroom after that game. That was a long cast for me too. So the scoreboard isn't even there. Need to have the right event here. This is the who was that? Dan, this is shiXo. 2-1. The MT there. What does the MT mean at the end? So we got potentially 2 more games. Looks like Pacific Islands will be the next map. I'm gonna play a quick ad and I will run to the bathroom and we'll be right back for the next game. Alright. I'm back. There we go. The right webcam going. Let's see. Have they started yet? They are on Pacific Islands. Alright, Pacific Islands is the next game. There we are, and get into capture age if we can load. And here we go. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, 4% res lead for Dan. Ooh. Alright, so Pacific Islands. Oh, look at this big clump of wood down here. Thanks, DE. So right, this version of the map, I took the back ponds. They are now undockable, so you can't fish boom there by yourself. So we got a dock on the outside. How will Dan wall Pacific Islands? Can you dock block if you go 2 docks here? I don't think so. You can make choke points, I guess. Wall there, maybe use little beaches out there to make walls, just reduce the area. You can dock on Green Island? What do you mean? You can dock here. You can't dock the back there. That water is undockable. You can dock out here. I just did the map so that it is undockable. Oh, we have a relic heist. We have a DanMT. DanMT, he came forward. Not a relic heist, a water buffalo heist. Water buffalo heist. Yeah, you can see it's a slightly different color than the other water. That is the 2D shoreless water that I placed underneath some fish traps by detecting that area of the landlock. It's undockable. Why keep it there? Because if I replaced it by land instead of by water, the waves didn't get replaced. So there were waves on land. So I basically had the choice. I could replace it with land, and I'd have to turn the waves off for the entire map, which I guess capture age doesn't even render them anyway. Or I could just replace it with undockable water. I was also thinking maybe it becomes unfair, like if one player has more land or more farming space than the other does. So we'll see. So Ford transports here from shiXo 2. He'll look for a heist. Oh, wait, Deadville. Wait, how's there Deadville? Where the heck? Where is there a Deadville? 1-0 Ville kill for shiXo. Alright. Wait. Chat, you saw it. I didn't see it. At the dock? Oh, the Dockville. Okay. Dead Dockville. Okay, you saw that. I didn't. That's why the scout has less HP. So that makes up for the water buffalo heist. That's what happens when you start the transport. You can go get the docks. Oh, we're gonna have a wall. We have a trap. We have a trap here. And oh, what the heck? Why didn't the Ville build the gate? shiXo almost had a masterpiece there. But almost is a far cry from masterpiece. Is there loom on the Ville? There is not. Ooh, that's gonna be 13 HP. That Ville will probably go down in some revenge. The Ville could hide in that choke point and wall herself. No, she's just gonna get back to the TC. Oh, there's a transport. Along with the water buffalo, that scout will run. And maybe get to the middle island and scout. Bring the buffalo back. Where can you download? You can't download it for free. You can buy it on Steam if you want. Or if you have Game Pass, you can play it on Game Pass, but the Steam version is probably what you'd want. There's Feudal Age on the way for shiXo. Excellent pathing. The most nilly of all pathing. And oh boy, Dan is afraid. And he's walling in the Ville, just to be extra safe. Probably buy the Steam version for it. That's true, if you find the Steam version on sale. Now, what, Game Pass is, what, $30 a month now if you get the Ultimate version? The Steam, oh, they did increase the price on Steam. It used to be $20, they increased it to $35. Kind of, they tried to justify it by adding the DLC in, but I don't think that's worth it at all. Kind of a real scummy thing, I think. I would definitely not pay $35 for this game. At this point. You think, games should get cheaper over time. not more expensive. So barracks and house on the way. Yeah, $35 for it. They increased the base price. No, I mean it's $35 for DE if you buy it on Steam. And it used to be $20. They got rid of the DLCs, but then kind of bundled them in with the game. The like the Burgundians, Sicilians, the what was it? The and the Indian DLC. And what was the other one? The Bohemians and Burgundians and what's it? Bohemians, Burgundians, Sicilians, and the Poles, yeah, the Poles, and then the Indian civs. So instead of selling them a separate DLC, they bundled it with the main game, which in total is cheaper, but kind of if you just want to play the game and you aren't interested in the DLC, which I think is true for a lot of people, then you don't have a choice but to pay an extra $15. Keep up with inflation? Well, it's not like the game that doesn't already like exist, right? Like you're not paying for all the work that's already been done for it with the inflation. Like 26. Yeah, I mean, one thing I wouldn't mind if they just like bundled all the DLCs together, and then like made a separate DLC that was cheaper, but increasing the base cost when it was the same cost for years, and then increasing it by almost doubling it from $20 to $35 is quite a big change. I mean, it still goes on sale, but it went on sale before, so instead of going on sale for like $15, it goes on sale for like, what, 20 to 25? Not more. As you know, you're not just changing the base price, you're changing the sale prices too with that. So, getting onto the transport. Ooh, that archer, is that a misclick? That archer, look at his foot sticking out from the transport. It's like the transport's trying to go on land, the transport has a foot. They're designing new technology here. That's how you get the transport across the, get it into the middle of the land. You give it some feet to walk. Oh, there it goes, archer hops on. The castle age on the way for Dan. Dan, like, what is... Oh, I was going to say, where is he? He's not on the middle island. That's because he's on the back island. shiXo didn't see this. Oh, Dan is getting really sneaky here. He's getting real sneaky. Gens have been really good after the patches earlier this week. Okay, nice. Okay, well that... Oh my gosh. He's the woo. It's going to be double barracks Jin swordsman. Oh, it's one... shiXo one tile away from seeing it. Here's the armor. Dan might be winning the set right here. This is the ultimate in sneak landing. And remember, Jin swordsman, they don't need upgrades. He can just do one more armor and he's set. So there he goes. I think the next armor upgrade has to be collected right away once he has the res for it. I have no idea what the MT means. Wait, shiXo landed... Where did shiXo... Oh, shiXo, he's landed with archers, though. He didn't do anything fun. That's just, you know... Realizing, hey, I can't do anything with my archers, let's land. Maybe shiXo needs to start thinking, like, hey, I don't see anything. Aha, you're the Jin swordsman. Here are the Jin swordsmen. There they go. Yes, shiXo has not noticed. He's microing his archers at the front. He has not noticed this. He's trying to micro the archers. He's a Jin swordsman at home. This guy has 6 pierce armor. You know what? He doesn't even need the next armor upgrade. He has enough right now. Squires. This guy is faster than the archers. He'll catch them, especially with squires. And now shiXo notices there's this vill here. That vill is super important. Defensive barracks for the Armenians. Armenians could go... I mean, these guys are countered by the swordsman line, right? Aside from the fact they're faster and can run away. Could we get, like, two-handed swordsman champions to counter this? Maybe not with this timing. Oh, there are more vills here. A second vill. And there's a workshop. Is a workshop better than a monastery here? Maybe? But shiXo has to go to the middle. And do you open with a ram here? Potentially? Oh, you know, it's still feudal for shiXo. shiXo's not up to the castle age yet. He can't even do more TCs in the middle. And the Jin Swordsman at home has cleaned the archers. Their corpses will litter the ground. As with all this stone, Dan can maybe do a tower forward too at some point. Oh, and he can also transport to the middle. This is walled in. That'll be interesting. So this is Mangonel. He'll get more Jin Swordsmen up to protect the Mangonel. And there is the Man-at-Arms upgrade for shiXo. Will the Warrior Priest counter this? I don't think the Warrior Priest wins against this guy, but I think the Swordsmen do. I've seen players try to go Swordsman, though, and the Jin Swordsmen, they're so fast they just run away. Look at that. With Squires, they're 1.10 speed. They are speedy. Here they go, trying to break in through the houses. And shiXo needs to notice this. There he goes. Now he notices. Tries to house wall more. Mangonel is going for the TC now. Let's see if Dan has the eco to do another Mangonel. Much less idle TC time, but starting to idle now. He's long distance mining the stone. He has Arson on the way. Arson to break through the houses faster. Men-at-Arms in the middle, but forcing more Men-at-Arms. You must feel pretty good if you're forcing your opponent to go the Swordsman line. Here is the Longsword upgrade. And maybe we will get shiXo even doing two-handed Swordsman. Swordsman will wreck these guys. Because they are shock infantry, and Swordsmen then have +6. Oh, the transport's not here. The transport's not here. Fire Gali on the way. Oh, if only that were a demo. I was going to say, the transport might need to come back to save the Mangonel. Where is the transport? Oh, that's back at home trying to pick up more swordsmen to go to the middle. Yeah, but here come the longswords. Okay, longswords countering the Jin Swordsman. That works out. Mangonel goes down. That fire is super important here. And lots of stone for potentially a defensive castle from shiXo. But now, no monastery, no scorpions. And swordsman defense will work. The Vil trying to Alcatraz himself. Does save himself. Does save himself. Needs to make sure he gets some more HP on that palisade. The Wu could maybe do their own swordsman, right? They should have the healing swordsman. Those will be nice. Fish being disrupted here by that fire. Also by that remaining Jin swordsman. Back when I did longswords versus Jins, they were not countering them, and you learned that the hard way. I mean, the longswords didn't counter them? I mean, they should counter if they force the fight. It's the inability to force the fight due to the speed that I think is hard. Oh, you mean the warrior priests? I don't know if warrior priests get the bonus damage. So that transport, will it see the dock? Ooh, we'll be one tile away from seeing the dock. Lots of clandestine buildings this game. Monk grabs the relic at home. They don't, okay.
Yes, trust him.
The weird infantry unit that doesn't get the bonus versus shock infantry. EC on the way for shiXo. And at least the fire will spot this. And we'll spot the transport. He does want to spot the transport, though. So we have, okay, fortified church over here. Workshop for Dan. shiXo now down by quite a few Vils. Scores flip back and forth. And Rudy Tune, thank you for the follow. So yeah, so shiXo at home. Well, there's no real Mangonels left. Oh, wait, the Jin Swordsman getting on the stone, Ooh, and he didn't notice this. There's so much going on, shiXo didn't notice this. That's now a 14-7 eco KD. And climbing. Okay, at the same time, there's a bit of a counter raid on the other side. Some Vils going down on the front wood line. We're going to have a mass migration onto that transport ship to get over to this other island. But that mangonel is there. Do the players know each other? How the heck does... Well, what are these one-tile line of sights that players aren't having this game? shiXo does not know that there's a workshop there. Maybe the Vil will spot it? Okay, now he's going to spot it. Maybe a bit of a late reaction there. War Gali on the way. Vil's come over.
Yes, подрастем.喂，何种命令？准备就绪。
shiXo's army die. Did it die in the transport? He still has the transport over here. But we'll be hard-pressed to use the transport now with more fires out from Dan. So what's that? 25 Vil lead from Dan. Though those Jin swordsmen raiding on the stone that shiXo didn't notice, absolutely devastating. And or Castle going up. Mangonel going for the fortified church. These buildings can be repaired forever, though. Shouldn't lose him to a mangonel. Wait, where's all the stone going from shiXo? Is he just using the market and selling it? Selling a ton of wood at the market. Look at that. He sold 500, 300, and 400, and another 300 wood. Alright, now he is deprived of gold. Longsword's going to destroy the mangonel. And they will successfully destroy that as the monks come forward. But no gold at home. And on this island, somehow shiXo not taking gold anywhere. Should have access to it. There's a swordsman that goes down. So, more deer and TCs being collected. Okay. Oh, so much going on here. So down here, this workshop about to go down. More Jin swordsmen here. I still wonder if there's ever a point where you would do your own longswords if you're Dan. Let's see, he wants to keep the workshop alive. TC just about at half hit points. And why mine gold when you can sell everything else? He's still down by a huge number of Vils. And his church is still rushed. Oh man, look at all those deer hunters. That's a huge spike of food. Another 4 deer over there that can be taken. More deer over there if he wants to mill them. Or even do another TC. Oh, I saw a scorpion somewhere. Maybe thinking of a scorpion here. Scorpion against the longsword scorpion could be nice. Mangonel's still in the workshop. He hasn't used it yet, but he's going to do another TC. Dan will have 3 TCs now on this island. And he's going to keep opening up that Vil lead, up by 30. And, ooh, composite bowman, though. And maybe shiXo can get a raid. But, oh my gosh, that is a weak transport, and there's a fire ship right there. Dan, notice. shiXo noticed. He got scared for a moment. I'm going to have a longsword and composite bowman coming forward. I guess a unit that ignores armor should be nice. You'll need Bobkin to finish. That was really close. But he will get the raid in successfully. Oof, okay. That was... He needs to maybe repair that transport if he's going to keep using it. That was scary. A couple of fishing ships on the box turtles. Not much fish to take on this map. And Dan, no, don't go back. Don't go out to the wood line. Not enough the bowman there. On land, the Jin swordsman still raiding the long swords there. TC will take him out though. After a while, there you go. Once you get their HP knocked down, they lose the Pierce Armor. Another TC for Dan, still up by 30 Vils. And Castle drop time, and this might be the GG Castle. I don't think there are enough longswords to stop that, especially if the mangonels come out. And it's just the entire village is being sent to raise the castle now. And mangonels can push the monks. Won't let them get free conversions. TC getting some arrow fire on the longswords. Should take out that out before the mangonels. And now the castle will go up. Indeed, it takes a village to raise a castle, and that castle did go up. And we'll start pressuring the TC. And a longsword goes down. The bowman's still raiding, shiXo's still trying to raid. I mean, does Dan need Vils back here? He doesn't have any Vils on his home island anymore. Oh, they got 18 Vils onto the transport. And there's a relic down. That monk doesn't even know where to go with the relic. Needs to maybe do a monastery down there. shiXo now 24 Vils down. More fortified churches. Building another dock. Where does he go from that dock? Maybe another transport. One of the uglier castles. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Wu Castle. I feel like it's like proportional, like size-wise, it's closer to a fortified church than it is to a castle. Like these two buildings look like maybe they're the same class of building, not like this is a castle and this is like a monastery. Now TC up here on the berries. The Lego castle almost feels that way, like one of the ninja line castles. So this TC will go down. Mangonel gets the final hit, and now it's the fortified church with 2 relics and Imp on the way for Dan. And maybe it's GG when Imp comes in. 3 mule carts on 1 gold mine. That feels kind of awkward. Scorpion chasing the composite bowman back. No ballistics on it though, so they should be able to micro away. Built Teutonic fortresses. Yeah, the green color does it? Maybe a bit too with the green color. I feel like the red color kind of does it too. Maybe the blue color even? Yeah, blue color feels less Lego. The red color feels like it could be Lego. Maybe yellow to a bit too. If a barracks, you actually have to build it from scratch with bricks. You have to do it in-game too, under time pressure. Oop. Discord tag, what is this? Barracks going down. And no, Tiger goes down. So 45 seconds to Imp. See if shiXo calls it when he sees Imp. He's still down by 25 Vils. Oh, he's trying to do a castle drop though. Castle drop on 2 TCs. Will Dan react to this? And garrison the TC and shoot some Vils. That's a Vil kill. Alright, well at least he gets something out of the way there. I think it's transport time. Yeah, he realizes he needs to evacuate. Yeah. We do have the good old Lego Cobra car behind us. Yeah, that castle will go up. But Imp is there for Dan. Doesn't have stone for another castle here. See, this looks like a proper castle scale. Not scaled like a castle. Where's the transport going? You gotta pick up your Vils. Oh, there it goes. Now he's going back. Oh, that's right. The Wu have traction trebs, not castle trebs. I forgot about that. Yeah, well, they have fire archers, right? They don't need trebs. They have fire archers, traction trebs on the way. And what do they have a bonus for them? Oh, the sitting tiger. They'd shoot more projectiles if they get their unique tech. Okay, does he have it? How much does that cost? I mean, is that not the worst? Well, still a 20 Vil lead, but that's after being Imp now. And could grab the relics if he wanted to. Oh, and he has the trebuchet, or the traction trebuchet ship. It's literally the traction trebuchet graphics, like copy and pasted onto the front of a ship. Did ships ever work this way? I'm skeptical. No sails either, just powered all by the oarsmen. Well, Lego castles are proper castle, not this like wannabe Lego castle. Look at the low projectile arc too of that traction trip. Thing sails forward. 100% all historically accurate. Bowsaw on the way there for Dan. Only did all this without Bowsaw. Oh gosh, no one doing the eco upgrades this game. No, only double bit axe for shiXo. No other eco upgrades. And he keeps transporting back and forth. Has to abandon this island. Lots of composite bowmen here. That's a fast fire ship for Dan. Bowsaw, both players recognizing they need Bowsaw now. Oh my gosh, here's a demo. Here's a demo. shiXo, are you gonna remove your vills? Oh, demo. Here goes. Yes! Boom. Alright, good demo. Did the Woo have heavy demo? Oh, they do. Needed heavy demo, but that's fine. We'll accept that. Oh, are these things, they're anti-ship with that big attack, maybe? It's so weird seeing, like, the Age 3 style, like, different attacks against units versus buildings. I don't know, I kind of don't like seeing that in AoE 2. I wish they had the good old, part of the fun is shooting longbows at castles, right? And the fact you do stuff with that. I don't like the different modes. Feels like you're shoving AoE 3 into this unnecessarily. We have Flaming Heavy Demo. We need Heavy Flaming Camel. Rhino is taken in the middle of nowhere. Those vills will be exposed to the shoreline raids. And no ballistics. Does ballistics affect this attack from these ships? There are a couple of traction trebs. Imp on the way for shiXo, but it feels like shiXo is just hanging on when he doesn't really have a chance to win now. He's still suffering more and more from the raids. Yeah, not the building one, but I mean the building is stationary. He doesn't need ballistics then. Yeah, shiXo trying to redock, but not being able to. Doesn't even do that much damage to the outpost. This has a decent, maybe, fire rate, though. Take out more outposts, William Wallace styled there. Ram going for the dock. Dan OP, Dan MT. Building's going down. And I'm gonna start hitting. Can I hit the mule cart? What projectile would shoot at a mule cart if it's a mobile building? Let's see, maybe it'll shoot the vills away. Oh no, the mule cart's running, no. Okay, can't hit them. Ballistics on the way. Yeah, it's DE, can't hit units running in a straight line away from you. Imp into GG. What is the Imp TC? Not that one. The Imp TC over here, the safer one. Safe from the cannon galleon replacement ships. Dan math teacher? Is he teaching math? I would never have thought that's what it stood for. Never in my wildest dreams, as much as I'd hope. Oh my gosh, not safe from the traction trebs, but that is not the Imp TC that goes down. Okay, so shiXo up to imp. He's doing heavy demo, because why not, I guess. Fire archer and traction trap. That should be useful against buildings. More fire archers in the back. Is it city code? That's MT is Montana, right? Math is fun. Green window bear. TC here goes down. And still don't see what else shiXo can do. We're almost at the ACCM score phase. Is there what? Okay, so composite bowman against fire archers. Who wins that? Oh, okay, it is the building projectile against the mule cart. Yeah, I shouldn't really be able to do much against the traction trebs. Traction trebs counter archers too. That's one thing we all need to remember. They counter archers. And also counter trebs fairly well. It doesn't micro away from a treb shot though. The treb stopped attacking. Down it goes. Toughening the copium. Treb's going for the TC here. Dan using the market. 111 vills to 55. Let's see, shiXo gonna rush vills forward. No military here. They might need to run to the ships on the coast. Oh, there's one fire archer. They have treb range? No, they have only 14 range. Trebs have 16 range. That's a base. So docks here going down. I guess the trebuchet ships can't really hit it. There you go. There's a GG. And that'll be 3-1 for Dan. Whew. That was a long set. Crazy game from Dan, but the clandestine Wu Jin Swordsman raid worked out. That's what you gotta watch out for, the sneaky transport landings on this map. So, oof. Alright, what do you mean 3-2? Was there a game that I missed that didn't show up on the dashboard? 3-1. Unless there was a game that I missed, but the dashboard only gives me 4 games. Game 1 got missed on the dashboard. Oh, okay, that was 3-2 then? Alright. Well, the dashboard completely lied to us then. Alright, so that'll be it for tonight. I'm not gonna... I wanted to cast those Hera Leary games, but I think it's a bit too late for me. I need to go and eat. So we'll raid someone on Twitch. See you later. We'll be back tomorrow. And the stream. See you later on YouTube. And we'll be back tomorrow. That's a good 5-hour stream today.